Nigga everywhere I go, man. Juicy J, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, spin that shit.
Memphis nigga everywhere I Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Nigga everywhere I go.
Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Nigga everywhere I go.
Eyes all red like city gear. Nigga. Draw down on him, make a fuck nigga, give it here. Jeff number 1, I'm the rookie of the year. Wanna see a match street, make a nigga disappear. Real Memphis nigga when I'm looking in the mirror. Yo,
Memphis nigga everywhere I go, this the remix.
Ay.
Memphis nigga going up like the G-Mix.
Ay. Everybody outside, it's the freak nigga. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Fuck nigga, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Let's get it.
Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Let's get it. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Let's get it.
Memphis nigga everywhere. Big head ass hoe, Memphis shit, that's how I feel. Check might check me a hoe, might flame me a hoe. Spit a little game on a hoe, never spend change on a hoe. Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
He ain't even been to the city before. Fuck nigga. He ain't even been to the city. He ain't even been to the city before. Let's get it. Nigga came once, but he can't come back no more. He's Memphis nigga when I drop my low. Yo, nigga want smoke, let's go. Yo, bitch want smoke, fuck nigga, I call Big Glow. Yo,
Memphis bitch everywhere I go. Okay. Memphis bitch everywhere I let's get. Memphis bitch everywhere I go. Okay. Memphis bitch everywhere I on the count. Memphis bitch everywhere I go. Might take a bitch nigga, might take a nigga hoe. Riding down French be coolin'. With some hot boys still doing donuts in the smoke. Getting money ass bitch, that's me. That's me. Tomato fruit M's and I still want more. Now Memphis bitch got hard. Win, lose, or draw, bitch, I still want smoke. I ain't shit but 25. Let's go. Already a legend up in my seat. Bump down, bump 3-6. Hey, man, play me some of that pimpin'. Gangsta ass bitch, stay muggin'. Everywhere I go, I'm thuggin'. Memphis bitch, everywhere I go. Let's go. And everywhere I go, they love me.
Yeah, Memphis nigga everywhere I step through. 3-6 Mafia and Gangsta Boo. You know what it is, my nigga. My city full of gorillas that ain't from the zoo. North Memphis nigga so infamous. Rest in peace, Lord Infamous. Old school nigga with the pole in the cut. I hear making easy money tryna pimp a slut. Fraser Boulevard in a car all candy. South Memphis bitch, she ain't wearing no panties. She ain't never been nowhere outside our city. I'm a draper in Dior and I'ma take it to the Grammys. Memphis nigga everywhere I step on the scene. Ride through Evergreen, blowing get it green. Give a little bad bitch a hug. With all this water on me, she gon' have a wet dream. You don't know nothing about Hyde Park. You don't really wanna stop by after dark. Even Nick K's know the city I'm reppin'. Have a nigga scat pack go to 60 seconds. 20 years plus I done been in this thing. And a nigga like me ain't never gon' change. Rollin' up dope while I'm sitting so close. I can walk on the floor at the Grizzly game.
I want EP and chicken and dog. She wanna receive under the heart. I'm with Lil P and I'm motherfucking pot. I be like cheeky, we say squat. Nigga there. Ayy, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Get 100 bread a piece when I'm in the stove. Parkway Village, I'm a native. Still had a duck posted up in the Dover. Young nigga wanna be like Craig Pettis, bro wanna be G-Train. Afghanistan top tier, tell Biden send us to Ukraine. Drake made sure we drive global. Let me tell you about Poplar. We'll stop and deals go for a couple bucks, she'll take it so. East Memphis, that's in that league. North Memphis, that's got it. South Memphis, long live flipper. West Memphis, that ain't Memphis. On EP, eating chicken at Dodge before a nigga went vegan. Might get his 6P from Crumpets. All done left, that's the best jack. If she from Memphis with a blunt on, she give more head than a lace front. Me go my partner from back in the day, but I heard he hit him a lace blunt. Tell white folks he my nigga. Hey Max Snoop, I got a beer for you. From a city where you win it, they don't even really wanna even cheer for you. Deep down they be hating on you, but too quick to say I love you. In Memphis it's a red flag if she ain't blood and she say brother. Everybody gotta switch in this bitch. Game be beefing with clicks. Tell DJ yo where the dream ball at, I'm tryna stomp some shit. 2016 at the Delta Fair in the corn maze, you could die there. Long live J Money Truler, when he died whole city had tears. Memphis nigga everywhere I go, I don't care if it was Idaho. Before Ja, it was Mike Conley. Before Jaren, it was Z-Bo. In the lead, don't get his credit, but I'm really hometown hero. Might use a key to the city just to lock my back door. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Memphis nigga everywhere I go. Oh, Memphis nigga everywhere. Memphis nigga everywhere I go.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, I had an old person moment on the live last night, and I fell asleep. I did. I fell asleep. Shout out to Gabe for calling me like 6 times in a row. I think he called 7 times in a row. I heard the 7th one, and I just automatically knew what the fuck was going on when I heard it. It ended the live abruptly. I'm sorry. I'm up now. We're gonna try to get through. I'm gonna do my, how long is this fucking live? Let's see here. Damn, 9 hours. I'm gonna attempt to get through. I guess I'm gonna do double speed this morning, and I'm gonna attempt to get through this whole live. So when I go live tonight, I'll be on day 3. They're on day 4 now, so I'm trying to catch up. So tomorrow, or by the time the weekend hits, we'll be fully caught up. And if they're still going on Monday, we'll watch it in real time. If time, yeah, we'll watch it in real time Monday. All right. Raina, and Raina, I seen you came back. Enjoyed your video. Now I heard you in there talking about my child being on thumbnails and all of that and getting back at me. I don't even notice, but I did hear the other day that his channel was taken for community guidelines violations. That's not someone sending him a copyright strike. That's YouTube saying what you doing on your channel is fucked up. Now I be reading the updates and stuff, and I just come out here and say about 3 or 4 months ago, YouTube let us know that they were going to be cracking down on how people report on deaths. So if they determine you're being disgusting when you're discussing someone died, it's a violation. And they also have cracked down on the talking about kids. So let him keep whatever he did, got his channel taken down. I'm pretty sure it was about the kids, and I ain't even had to report it. The world is just doing what it do. I ain't had to report it. I ain't had to say nothing. I don't know what's going on, but let them keep it up. Now, to my count, he had a channel struck down, and he's had a channel taken away by YouTube for community guidelines. He really can't come on here and show his face anymore. If he does, the facial recognition will start just automatically clapping his channel like they do tummies. So let him keep on doing what he do. Eventually, the world has a way of balancing itself out and taking care of the fuck shit. So yeah, he can continue doing it. It was complete silence for an hour, really? Now, was it a break or it was just silence because I was asleep? So I might need to go in there and edit that sucker. Fuck it, I'm not editing shit. It'll just stay up there. I so slept good. I know when I laid there and I'm like, oh, it's about 2 hours left on this live. I'll be good. I laid down for a second. But apparently during that hour of silence, y'all didn't hear nothing going on. So apparently I stay with my mama, but y'all ain't heard no noise during the live. Nobody said anything. But yeah, shout out to you, Raina. Good comeback live. Good comeback live. There was something you said in there. I can't, never mind. I don't remember. But good live, though. Good comeback live. I think I got like the last 15, 20 minutes of it left. Yeah, good comeback live. I didn't hear, you the second person I've heard talk about Von's video. At this point, I think people are just tired. It's like, we've been there, done it. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm gonna do something different now. I did the beef. I proved I could do that. Ain't got me nowhere. Move on. I think that's where a lot of people are. Okay, day 2 of the trial. Y'all see I got the guy up as per usual when something pertinent comes up, like something showing something on the screen we need to see. I will put it up and play that and then get back to the audio. All right, let's see here.
Desmond Mills.
Can you spell it for the benefit of the court reporter?
DESMONDMILLS.
And Mr. Mills, of course, you understand, or do you understand, that you are charged in this case, in this indictment?
Yes.
That you were charged with murder, second degree, with aggravated kidnapping, aggravated assault, official misconduct, official oppression.
You know what? I don't want to hear it on double speed. Fuck it. I don't want to hear it on double speed.
Yes.
This is one of the officers charged in this case.
In federal court.
Now, I don't think this particular officer, because I don't remember hearing that name when the prosecutor kept saying it. I think this is one of the ones that was charged in the in the federal thing for civil rights violations. Now he is being charged with some stuff according to this story, but he not on trial with them for the actual murder. But he charged with other shit.
Yes.
He snitching.
Have you entered a guilty plea in federal court?
Yes.
Have you also entered into an agreement in state court which amounts to a guilty plea?
Yes.
Have you been told that your sentence will be set by a federal judge?
Yes.
And it will be set at a sentencing hearing in front of that federal judge in federal court. Is that correct?
Yes.
The charges that you have pled guilty to in federal court, the maximum sentences are life sentences. Is that correct?
I don't know how 1,000 people watched this on Pettigoat last night, but shout out to y'all.
Yes.
Have you been told that your truth will be taken into that your truthful testimony, that telling the truth will be taken into consideration at your federal sentencing?
Yes.
Are you hoping that by telling the truth, that will be taken into consideration at your federal sentencing?
Yes.
Have you been told that if you are truthful, that the federal government has put a cap on what they would ask the federal judge to sentence you to?
Yes.
And have you been told that the highest number that the federal government will ask for you to be sentenced to is 15 years in federal prison?
Yes.
But have you also been told that ultimately it is the federal judge that will set your sentence and not the federal government, not those attorneys?
Yes.
Do you understand that the federal judge could give you life sentences?
Yes.
Do you understand the federal judge could also ignore the recommendation of 15 years and give you less than that?
Bruh, these questions are meaningless as hell. They be doing too much at trial. Like, what the fuck? Why does the jury need to know that he didn't struck deals and shit? That would be something that this is the prosecutor bringing this shit up. That would be something the defense would bring up to be like, yeah, you could be trying to save your own skin. Why the fuck is the prosecutor going through this?
Yes.
Stupid ass question.
The federal judge could even give you supervised release
Yes.
or a prison sentence up to life in federal prison.
Yes.
Do you understand how important it is that you tell the truth?
Yes.
Have you come here today to tell the truth?
Yes.
Let me pass you.
He didn't sound too convincing on that. Yes.
Yes.
Is that also the agreement you have with the state prosecutors on your case?
Yes.
And have you signed that document
Yes.
along with your attorneys?
Yes.
We can have that introduced as a say 600 exhibit.
Memorandum of understanding.
I publish this to the jury by reading. Mr. Mills, listen, okay?
Okay.
This is a memorandum of understanding that's entered into by the parties, the state of Tennessee, the district attorney, and the defendant Desmond Mills, represented by his attorney, Blake Ballard. This memorandum is intended as a binding agreement between the parties, and at the appropriate time will be filed with the court in this indictment 2300241. It will, consistent with the state's ethical obligations, be made known to co-defendants' counsels. Acceptance of responsibility and acknowledgement of conduct. Defendant Desmond Mills wishes to take responsibility for his role in the beating and death of Tyree Nichols. He fully acknowledges that his conduct and the conduct of his co-defendants was improper, excessive, and criminal. He acknowledges that Tyree Nichols was improperly beaten and restrained, and that he has admitted that he and his co-defendants had covered up the criminal conduct by, among other things, lying to first responders and to MPD personnel about the true nature of their contact with Tyree Nichols and the nature of his injuries. Defendant Mills acknowledges that these actions resulted in Tyree Nichols' death. Requirement to provide complete and honest testimony and cooperation. Defendant Mills agrees to cooperate and provide truthful testimony in any and all federal and state proceedings related to this matter or related investigations, including civil rights investigations by the United States Department of Justice. This extends to any interviews requested by federal or state prosecutors and investigators, as well as trial testimony. Defendant Mills must tell the truth at all times and not knowingly withhold any material information. Guilty plea and sentencing. Defendant Mills.
Boring.
Offenses charged in federal indictment 23.
I sped this part up until he actually get to the real question.
To offenses charged in indictment 23-00204. He will be sentenced in federal court first. The federal court judge will determine his sentence. After federal sentencing, he will enter guilty pleas in state court. Agreement by the state. The state of Tennessee agrees that upon fulfillment of the above conditions, they will agree to a guilty plea that provides for a state sentence that will be served concurrent. Do you know what concurrent means?
Yes.
It means at the same time, is that right?
Yes.
That we will agree to a state sentence that will be served concurrent with and will not exceed defendant Mills' federal sentence. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Furthermore, any period of incarceration.
So whatever time he get from the state and from the feds, he gets to do them at the same time instead of him having to serve federal time, getting out and going to the state. They just gonna let his time count in both of them at the same time. But I would probably want to be in the federal jail instead of the state penitentiary. If I was just choosing, I would want to have my time done in the feds.
Shall be served in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So you have an agreement in federal court in which you have pled guilty. Is that correct?
Yes.
With a federal judge to set your sentence.
Yes.
A recommendation by the United States Attorney's Office not to ask for a sentence in excess of.
No, Brooks, I can't remember. I don't know if that was you or Gary. One of them, I know. I don't remember. I do realize. I think you know what. I think it was you that I saw call it, and then I tried to do the redial, and I noticed it was calling Gabe back, so I figured he was the last one. But I thought I saw your name. Shout out to y'all calling the bat phone. So y'all called the second phone. I wasn't gonna hear shit on the first one. That jet was damn near under my face. I don't know how it got there, but yeah. And my text messages were, and I had the notifications out for my text messages, so it wouldn't be blaring while the audio was playing. So I ain't getting no text messages.
Years incarceration. Yes, right. But a federal judge able to sentence you all the way from supervised release to life. Yes. Correct? You also have an agreement in state court.
Come on, this is
true.
I don't like
state
this part.
sentence will run at the same time as whatever federal sentence you get. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you're sent to prison, that you will go to prison and a federal prison.
All right, good. He got fed time. He doing the federal prison.
You and I have met how many times?
Twice.
Only twice. Total amount of time we spent with each other?
No.
Listen, not
No.
So less than that.
Yes.
I told you there's two most important things.
Yes.
I said it was to listen to me and for me to listen to you.
Yep.
And for you to do what?
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Do you understand that the agreement that you have in federal court, that when a federal judge will take into account, is whether or not you tell the truth?
Yes.
Tell us where you're from, Mr. Mills.
I'm from Connecticut.
And you're from
Connecticut.
Yes, I was born in Connecticut.
Parents from somewhere else, though?
Yes, my parents are from Jamaica.
When you say Jamaica, when you say some other words, we can hear it.
Oh, yes.
So you have a little bit of the Jamaican accent with regard to some words.
Yes, I've been told that, yes.
Okay. Grew up in Connecticut.
Yes.
A Jamaican by way of
Did you
Connecticut.
go to high school?
Yes, I did.
Did you graduate
How
high
the
school?
fuck he end up in Memphis
All right.
as a police officer?
Yes.
All right. What did you do after that?
I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to college at West Virginia City.
What did you do in college?
I played football and I graduated.
I knew he was gonna say football. He looked like a football player.
And then I started my career in law enforcement. I was a correctional officer first, I was a correctional officer first, and then for about 3 years, and then so I moved to Tennessee and did corrections for about 2 years before I joined MPD.
What brought you to Tennessee?
Corrections at first. I was chasing a career in correction, and then I switched to police officer.
When you came to Tennessee, did you bring your family with you, or?
I got married, and then we started our family in Tennessee.
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
3.
How old are they?
7, 5, 4.
Boys or girls?
2 girls, 1 boy.
After corrections, you joined the Memphis Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And how long were you with the Memphis Police Department?
6 years. 6 years.
Where all were you assigned in those 6 years?
Rains Precinct, Ridgeway Precinct, and then OCU.
Most officers in the force are assigned to precincts.
Yeah, yes.
Riding around in cars, responding to 911 calls, traffic enforcement, all sorts of things.
Yes.
And then you went to OCU, which is the Organized Crime Unit, is that right?
Yes.
And that is more of a specialized group, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Organized Crime Unit is actually a large umbrella where there is device team, where there is drug enforcement teams, where there are fugitive apprehension teams. It's a large umbrella, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Where in particular in the Organized Crime Unit did you go?
To the Scorpion team.
Right, and what were the responsibilities of the Scorpion team?
We were sent to areas where high, a lot of crime, violent crimes. They would come from the top. They'll send us there, and it's like a zero tolerance policy. They really wanted. They wanted drugs, money, cars, and guns. That's what they want.
So rather than being assigned to a particular area like you are in precinct, you're part of this team where you're sent to certain areas. Is that right?
Yes.
And these would be high crime areas.
Yes.
One night you could be in South Memphis.
Yes.
One night you could be in North Memphis.
Correct.
One night you could be in Hickory Hill or whatever it is.
Yes.
And your responsibilities on those nights, you said zero tolerance, is to saturate that neighborhood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Zero tolerance, does that mean making a lot of traffic stops?
Why the fuck you pausing on that episode?
I'm trying to think the best way to say. Enforce all crime, misdemeanor or felony, I would say.
And what did that amount to in practice? So what were y'all, sort of doing on those nights? Let's say you're sent to South Memphis and told do a zero tolerance in South.
In other words, what he's saying is they was profiling black people.
Memphis, where you actually physically.
Them folks said enforce all crimes, misdemeanors or felonies in a system that's already overbooked. Got too many people, it's overburdened, and they want to add more shit in with misdemeanors.
Do it.
We're physically doing the Scorpion team. We do traffic stops. That was the Scorpion team. That's what we did, because the drug teams, they did it more as our investigations, and they had informants and stuff like that. Our team, our office was the car, so we would make traffic stops and use the traffic stops to find felony amount drugs. So they wanted, and when you had a felony amount drugs, they can get to seize the car, and if they got money, seize the money as well. And then they wanted guns, because guns always still take on the street.
And when you say they, do you mean leadership?
Yes, leadership.
So y'all are given a directive, go to a particular neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes.
Do zero tolerance, is that correct?
Yes.
That means a lot of traffic stops.
Yes.
And the idea is seize drugs and guns and money
Yes.
and stolen cars.
Yes.
Or cars.
Yeah, cars.
Well, yeah, it don't have to be stolen cars. It just don't, like, your car get taken anyway, and then you have to go through this whole. They give your car a bond pretty much, and you got to pay the bond to get your car out. It's a whole fucking process when you get caught with drugs down here in your car. Yeah, it sucks. Then you have to go through this whole little process up in Nashville to prove that you ain't a drug dealer and the car wasn't used in the commission. And the same thing, if any money they take, you got to prove that it wasn't drug money and the source of income. But even to do that, it costs you $350 to get that court date in Nashville to even try to get your money back.
And how long were you with the Scorpion?
I'd say around COVID time. Around that time.
So COVID, somewhere around maybe 2020 or something. Had you been the Scorpion team as much as 3 years? Or?
I think so, around there. Possible.
So had you been on the Scorpion team for a good amount of time?
Yes.
On this Scorpion team, I'm going to say some names. You tell me whether or not you know who these people are, okay?
Okay.
Emmett Martin.
Yes, and
Was he on the Scorpion team with you?
yes.
Demetrius Haley.
Yes.
Darius Bean.
Yes.
Justin Smith.
Yes.
Preston Hemphill.
Yes.
January 7th of 2023. Okay.
Okay.
Tell me about that night.
All right. I was working Scorpion unit, and me and Bean, we had someone under arrest for a traffic stop violation.
Let me interrupt you real quick. When you say Bean, you mean Darius Bean?
Yes.
You see him in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's seated?
The navy blue suit, blue tie, blue shirt.
I think he nodded at you, but what seat is Mr. Bean?
He telling.
He's sitting beside Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith is in the seat number 1.
Okay, so
Mr. Bean is number 2.
yes, number 2 seat.
All right, so you're with Mr. Bean.
Yes. We conducted a traffic stop. We had someone under arrest, and the suspect at the time was handcuffed in the backseat of my car. I was driving. He was driving alongside with me.
All right, so this time, whatever time
We are in Ridgeway area. East
okay,
Memphis.
tell this jury's not from Memphis. Okay.
Okay.
So is that downtown?
East Memphis.
East Memphis.
Okay. East Memphis. And are you familiar with sort of the large neighborhood? Neighborhood's not the right word. Area of Memphis called Hickory Hill.
Yes.
Ridgeway is part of Hickory Hill.
Yes.
It's out in East Memphis
And
too.
what
Hickory Hill
are
is
there
the subdivision.
businesses in Hickory Hill?
Yes, a lot of business.
And there's places to eat.
Yes.
And there's also neighborhoods with residential houses.
Yes.
And is this the area that y'all have been sent to that night?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And he was handcuffed in the backseat of my car, and then right before me and Bean were about to search his vehicle, we heard on the radio an officer keyed up said that they had one to resist. He's been pepper sprayed and tased, and now he's running.
All right, so someone has resisted, pepper sprayed and tased and run.
Yes.
Okay.
And naturally, when you hear that come across the radio as an officer, you're supposed to go and help your fellow officers because you don't know what's going on there. So when we heard it, we released the guy we had. It was just a minor offense. And we got into my car, and then we drove to the area where the location that they put out. And when we got over there, the stop was Ross and Reigns. Travis stop was Ross and Reigns. And
How far away from Ross and Reigns were y'all? Or how long did it take? I'm not only asking for, I don't care about the distance.
it wasn't too far, maybe about a mile and a half or two far.
Okay.
It wasn't too far. And we got there, they said that Miss Nichols went southbound on Ross. So I turned down Ross, me and Bean, we started driving down Ross, took a first left, and it was a residential neighborhood. And we drove all around the neighborhood, and we didn't see Miss Nichols. But when I pulled out to continue to go southbound on Ross, as I was driving, I just looked in my rearview mirror, and then I saw Miss Nichols just like appear right there in the road. And I said, Bean, I think that's him. I turned around. I said, hey, what was the description of Miss Nichols? He said it, and then we rolled the window down to talk to him. And as soon as he said, hey, Miss Nichols took off running, and that's when Bean got in the car first. We started chasing him.
And would it be fair, let me interrupt you, would it be fair to say that whatever description y'all were given of Mr. Nichols, did that person match that description?
Yes. And he was wiping his face. And he was wiping his face, I think with a shirt or something. And so Bean took off running. I got in the car. I started running. And I turned back because I forgot to lock the car. I locked the car, and then by the time I turned around, I didn't see Bean or Miss Nichols no more. So I just started running, and then I seen when they went up another street. I don't know the name of that street. And then that's when I saw Bean again, Mr. Nichols, and I seen it was Smith's car. And then there were some residents outside, and I asked them what's the name of the street because I didn't know where I was. They gave me the name of the street, and then I put it on dispatch, and then I ran up with the rest of the other, with Dean Smith and Mr. Nichols.
So you put it on dispatch, meaning you put it on the radio where y'all were at?
Yes. So, and then I ran up there, and I immediately pepper sprayed him.
Well, when you run up there, what do you see? Who's doing what?
I see Dean and Smith. They're holding Mr. Nichols.
Is Mr. Nichols standing up or is he on the ground?
He was on the ground.
Okay.
He was on the ground. And I pulled out the pepper spray and I sprayed again. And I sprayed him 2 times. It wasn't working. And the 3rd time I tried to.
Did you say it wasn't working or wasn't working?
No,
The pepper spray wasn't coming out.
I sprayed him. It just wasn't working.
Wasn't working.
Yeah, it wasn't working. And then I sprayed the 3rd time. And the 3rd time I sprayed myself. And then when I sprayed myself, I backed away from Miss Nichols being Smith, and I was trying to collect my thoughts, because when you get sprayed, you really can't see that. You can't see.
Had you been sprayed directly in the eyes?
Yes. I sprayed myself directly in the eye. And I backed away. I was trying to collect myself. And then at that time, it was Bean, Smith, and I believe Martin was there now.
And let me interrupt you because we did this with Mr. Bean. We need to do it with everybody. I think you've already identified him, but please tell me where Mr. Smith is seated in the courtroom.
Seat 1.
The record can reflect he's identified Justice Smith. Smith and Bean, at this point, it is.
Yes.
And you have sprayed yourself and you're attempting to collect yourself.
Yes. And I heard the officers kept saying, give me your hands, give me your hands. And because I sprayed myself, I became angry and I used my baton. I pulled my baton out and I approached.
So because he fucked up and sprayed himself, he got angry at the suspect.
I'm talking to you right now in this courtroom. You seem pretty mild-mannered. How angry did you become?
To pull the baton up, I sprayed myself. I couldn't see it. It made me angry.
Okay, what you did?
And then I pulled the baton out and I approached Mr. Nichols and I told him, I said I was gonna effing baton you. And I told the officers who were in the way to move. I said, move. And then I used the baton on Mr. Nichols 3 times on his right arm. And then I stopped. And
Now, had you been trained in the use of this baton?
yes,
Now, with regard just to the physical way in which you struck Mr. Nichols, just in regard to where you struck Mr. Nichols, was that consistent with your training?
yes, no,
Okay. As part of your training, were you trained when to use the baton and when not to?
yes,
Are you supposed to use it because you're angry at somebody?
no,
You struck him 3 times where?
on his right arm.
Did he react to that?
No,
Physically, where is he at when you're striking him?
he had right arm was on the ground and the left arm was up and he kind of was like a knee in the ground, maybe I would say.
Okay, so sort of half up, half down.
Yes,
Or Bean and Smith still there with him?
I think it was Smith was holding his arm at that time.
Was Bean still there?
Yeah, he was still in the area.
Now, when you had collected yourself, did you know that Emmett Martin, the sucker, kicked him to the head? Did you know that Emmett Martin had kicked him even a second time to the head?
No,
Did you know that when he soccer kicked him both times, that Bean and Smith were there holding him down?
no, I didn't learn the case until I watched the video.
And what video are you talking about?
The incident with Mr. Nichols.
Understand the incident, but which video? You understand?
Yeah, the Sky Cop camera.
Skycap. Now, you had a body camera on, is that correct?
Yes,
And some of the others had body cameras on, is that correct? Or do you know?
we're all supposed to.
All supposed to?
Yeah. Some
did.
I didn't hear.
Some did. Some did have body cameras on.
Yeah, yes.
The Skycop camera is something different, though. is that right?
Yes.
When did you find out that the Skycop camera was up there on the pole? When did you find out that was there?
When I got back to the office that night.
Afterwards.
Yes, afterwards.
So you didn't know it was there at the time?
No.
Tell us about after the 3 baton strikes.
After that, I stopped, and then the pepper spray is reactivating itself again. The team wash up keeps activating on and off, and I was just standing there, and then my eyes were shut, and I heard a thump sound. And I heard after the second one, that's when I peeked my eyes open and I looked over and I see Martin was punching Mr. Nichols.
Did you see what Mr. Lee and Mr. Smith were doing?
They were just holding his hand on the arm.
Was Tyree standing?
Yes, he's standing at this point, yes.
Was Mr. Bean on one hand and Mr. Smith on the other?
Yes.
And Mr. Martin was hit
Yes.
hard?
Yes. And after I peeked and looked, I was wondering, why is he punching me? And then I didn't want to look anymore because it didn't look good. And
You said I'm looking, what do you mean?
the way how he was punching Mr. Nichols.
Looked like it went right.
Correct.
Looked like it could really hurt.
Correct.
Had you heard Tyree make any threats to you?
No, I can't read. I don't recall him threats.
We heard that you said something about, I'm gonna F in the time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear anybody else there make any threats?
No, I can't recall him.
Did you ever hear anybody there say hit him?
When I watched the video, that's when I heard hit him.
And we're gonna watch the videos, so that'll be the appropriate time, I guess, for me to ask you about that.
Okay.
Mr. Martin's hit. Mr. Bean said inside. What happens next?
I believe after I couldn't look no more, and then after that, I believe that's when he was taken into custody.
Now, you're not a small man. Did you hear anything?
I agree.
Is Mr. Martin bigger than you?
Just taller.
Just taller. Who is the smallest person out there?
Officer or anybody.
Anybody?
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Nichols. Did you ever see Mr. Nichols throw a punch?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Nichols try to karate kick anybody?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Nichols produce a weapon?
No.
When you said that what you saw Mr. Martin doing with Mr. Bean and Mr. Smith at the side, when you said it was wrong, well, you're doing something wrong right then too, aren't you?
Yes.
What's your duty as a police officer when you see something like that?
Stop Mr. Martin.
You gotta try to stop it, don't you?
Yeah.
You take an oath to be a police officer, don't you?
Yes.
You understand that you have a duty to intervene,
Yes.
even if that means intervening with your fellow officers when you see excessive force. Is that right?
Yes.
Each and every one of you officers out there have a duty to intervene, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you ever say, stop?
No.
Do you regret that?
Yes.
Did you ever try to get yourself in between Mr. Martin and Tyree and, whoa, we got this, we got this. You ever try to do that?
No.
Do you regret that?
Yes.
Did you ever say Mr. Bean or Mr. Smith? We got this. Stop.
No.
Did you ever see any of those officers out there do that?
No.
Instead, just kept going.
Yes.
You said he was taken into custody, you meant that he was brought to the ground?
They had both hands on.
At this point, a bunch of people on top of him?
No, I don't. I see the video again, but I don't recall.
Or do you remember how many people were physically taken into custody at that time?
No, I don't.
Did you ever physically touch Tyree Nichols?
Yes, I did.
When did you touch him?
When I used the baton.
I got that. So when you struck him with the baton a few times, did you ever handle him?
No.
Did you ever hold him up?
No.
Did you ever press it down on the ground?
No.
For cheap autonomy 3 times?
Yeah.
After he is, I'm going to use your phrase, taken into custody, okay? Do you see Defendant Haley arrive?
I saw him right when I watched my camera.
Okay, so at the time, you do not remember seeing Defendant Haley?
No.
But later, when you watch your body on camera, you see Defendant Haley?
Yes.
We will watch it. With the appropriate time, I'll ask you about that. Okay. Now, tell me what happens next.
So after he has taken custody, he was propped up against someone's car, tire, and then the fire department arrived. And they were there. They were doing what they do to someone. And then I remember as they were there, Mr. Nichols like slouched over to the ground, and I said, I yelled, hey. I said, hey, like, look at him. And then I believe Smith said to the fire department, he said, bag him.
Does that mean something about like oxygen, did oxygen come or something?
I don't know what it means. I just know Smith went to EMT or parents with something, but he did that. So I would say that Smith would know better what EMT parents should do than I would do.
Gotcha. While paramedics doing whatever they're doing, we'll see it for ourselves. On the video, while he's doing what he's doing, Smith saying, whatever. Are you telling these paramedics, man, look at his head, he got hit a lot really hard in his head?
No, I didn't tell the parents anything.
What happens? Tyree's at the car on the ground.
And then, paramedics are now they're working on him, like they're doing their paramedic stuff with him, and find out he's going to be transported to the hospital. Our lieutenant, they seen.
It's his name, Dwayne Smith?
Yes.
Now, while this paramedic stuff is going on with Mr. Nichols, are you having conversations with these defendants? With Defendant Martin, with Defendant Smith, and Defendant Dean, and Defendant Haley?
Yes.
What's the substance of those conversations?
I kept asking Martin what happened, like, why you stopped him, and how do we get over here, how do we get to this? Because I was in disbelief on how this was moving. Normally, as a police officer, I respond to someone who looks like that. I've never been part of something with someone who looks like that. So I kept asking Martin over and over.
How to get to this?
Yes, how to get to this, why you stopped him, what do you do, I kept asking him.
Well, you had part of the answer. How I got to this like this is your anger.
Yes.
At some point in these conversations, we'll watch it on the body cam, so I'm not going to ask you exactly what everybody said. Okay. But did some of these defendants make statements about hitting Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Did they make statements about everybody was rocking him or whatever?
Yes, I listened to the video to tell you better.
Is there a point in the video where we're going to see one of the defendants, we'll have you describe it when we see it, makes a motion about taking the body camera off?
Yes.
What is that about?
That was Martin. He was telling me to take the camera off because he wanted to tell me something so the camera wouldn't catch it.
And we'll be able to see that on the body cam, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Nichols is against this car. Y'all are having conversations. Y'all are having. Is Mr. Nichols ultimately transported away?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We went to the hospital. Me and Bean went with him. Bean was riding in the ambulance, and I was following behind. We got to the hospital. And
when you were following the ambulance, were you aware of how critical Mr. Nichols' condition was?
Yes, I called Bean as we're driving, and he said they're performing CPR.
As in, his heart stopped.
But if that's for CPR, yes.
Did you want Mr. Nichols to die?
No, I did not.
That'd be real bad. Is that right?
Correct.
You're following to the hospital, being tried in the ambulance. What happens?
Get to the hospital, and then they bring him inside of one of the rooms, and the doctors and nurses, they're working on him, and me and Bean was sitting outside the room.
Y'all actually going to the hospital?
Yes.
How long you stayed in the hospital?
We were there for a long time. I think a long time, yeah.
Did y'all leave that night?
Yes.
When y'all left, was Mr. Nichols still alive?
Yes.
When you left, did you have conversations with Mr. Dean?
I don't think we said too much. We was riding car, but we was
Sorry to interrupt you. So did you say too much or just riding the car?
It was quiet. So
Just quiet.
yeah.
Probably pretty simple. Did you have a conversation that night with Mr. Haley?
Yes, I did.
How did that conversation happen?
When I was leaving the hospital, Mr. Haley had called my phone, and when I spoke with him, he asked me if I had seen him on my body camera doing anything.
Mr. Haley asked you if you could see your body cam and see whether or not Mr. Haley was doing it.
Yes.
Okay.
And then that's when I watched it real quick to see where he's on there, and I told him I want to see him running up on my body camera when I was walking with him.
And did Mr. Haley at that point make any statement to you about kicking Mr. Nichols?
No.
Could you see Mr. Haley on your body cam kick Mr. Nichols?
No.
When did you become aware that Mr. Haley kicked Mr. Nichols?
When I think it was after internal affairs interview.
Y'all have to speak with internal affairs, is that right?
Yes.
Y'all have to fill out forms about like what type of physical contact you had with Mr. Nichols, is that right?
Yes.
If y'all do those things that night,
Yes.
and that night, do you tell the truth and say, I had taunted Mr. Nichols for no reason other than I was angry?
No.
Did you tell the truth and say, while Bean Smith stood at his arms, Mr. Martin punched him and punched him and punched him, I could hear the fuzz, and I thought this was wrong?
No.
Did you tell him that I, just like everybody else there, had a duty to intervene when we didn't do it? Yeah.
That's the question on what he said that night.
What did you tell him?
Well, blue team performed.
You called it blue team, is that right?
Yeah, so when you use use of force, the form name is blue team. And on the blue team, I put the use of force that I use. You put what you use. I did that.
You didn't put that other stuff.
No, I didn't put the word song.
Do you even make a comment at some point that this was all by the book?
Yes, I said that on the scene. I'm Lieutenant McMurray.
And was that a truthful statement or an untruthful statement?
Untruthful statement.
Why would you make an untruthful statement about what y'all did that night?
It was just trying to. I knew it was a bad situation. I was trying to make it seem like.
Were you trying to keep yourself out of trouble?
Yes.
Were you trying to keep your fellow police officers out of trouble?
Worse than me.
Or so,
Worse than me.
did you know how bad it was yet?
I knew it was real bad when he was out there. I was praying for him when I was out there.
Did you know they had that Skycop camera video yet?
No, not till I got to the office.
We mentioned Mr. Haley a couple times. Can you point him out in the courtroom and tell us what you see?
Would that be C4?
C4, okay. So Mr. Smith, Mr. Dean, and then Mr. Haley, is that correct?
Yes.
The record could reflect that. Or at some point, did you find out the TBI was investigating this matter?
Yes.
And were y'all asked to have pictures taken of y'all that night?
Yes.
And we'll do these one by one. Tell me who is this?
This is me?
And is that what you're wearing that night?
Yes, no.
All right, that can be marked to say something to me. There's nothing that obviously counsel seeing these pictures. These are just pictures of them. If we could just go ahead and publish them while we go, Judge. Tell me who's in this next picture.
This is Dean.
Is that Marty Stacy on the exhibit?
We'll show picture of Mr. Dean, exhibit 6.
Martin.
Yes, on the exhibit.
So put on Mr. Martin, exhibit 7.
Haley.
Yes, on the exhibit.
So put on Mr. Haley, exhibit 8.
This is a set of 2 photographs. The second photograph is of this defendant's shoes. It's not alleged this defendant kicked the victim, but the shoes are very distinct on the video and make it easy to follow this defendant on video.
You guys will sleep like us, just the shoes.
Smith.
Show you 2 page. The Mr. Smith and the shoes that he did not hold.
As they return the exhibits as we go all the way through, I can give Mr. Nelson's pen, just have him like their names on the picture. While we wait, there's one more, we're gonna let somebody come later, to stop, tell me this officers.
And Bill?
Was who Bill on 2018, Bill?
Yes, he was.
So you get a pen,
Procedure. Oh, sorry, I didn't say. Ask you this, ask you to recognize this, Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
What is that?
This is the traffic stop. This is the start. This is where I finished.
That's a map, is that right?
Yes.
And on it, you can see the location where there was a traffic stop, is that right?
Yes.
And is that Ross Marines?
Yes.
That's where you drove in response to this call by the management, tased, eventually.
Yes.
And you were directed to go a certain direction, is that right?
Yes.
And is that the neighborhood, and that neighborhood's pictured on the map, is that right?
Yes.
The location where this crime happened, is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's another house on that map, it's also on Castlegate, is that right?
Yes.
What is that house that's on Castlegate, what is that location?
Mr. Nichols' house.
Mr. Nichols' house, and did you have occasion to go to Mr. Nichols' house that night?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
When I came to Dixon.
We heard that Mr. Nichols is against the car laying on the ground, is that right?
Yes.
There's paramedics, is that right?
Yes.
Y'all are discussing things with each other, is that right?
Yes.
Your lieutenant makes a scene eventually, is that correct?
Yes.
And you and your lieutenant go anywhere briefly?
Yes.
Where do you go?
To Mr. Nichols' house.
And was it a short walk?
Yes.
And were y'all able to speak to anyone there?
Yes.
Was that Mr. Nichols' mom?
Yes.
Was it you or Mr. Lieutenant Smith was actually speaking to?
Lieutenant Smith.
Were you still hanging in the back of it?
Yes.
We have that Martin State section. No, I think we'll be able to show this on the projector.
show the aerial photo as he did it from
photo is useless.
This is East Memphis. We call the general sort of area Hickory Hill, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess it's obvious, but this is just for the record. Is this in Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes.
And in Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes.
All these locations that we're talking about, where this can occur in Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes.
Ross and Rains. So these two fairly major streets?
Yes.
And what occurred at that location?
A traffic stop.
Okay. So this is initial traffic stop here. Let's ignore this for the time being. Location here says Castlegate and Bear Creek, is that correct?
Yes.
What happens there?
That's when I became involved.
That's when you became involved?
Yes.
Is that the location where Mr. Nichols was?
Yes.
And then just shortly down from that is 6743 Castlegate Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's that location?
That's his house.
And that is a very short walk, it seems, is that right?
Yes.
All of these locations, are they within less than a mile of each other?
Yes.
So we're talking short distances here.
Yes. Yes.
We skip for the time being, but let's, I have told you that there is a second pole camera in this neighborhood. Is that the second skycop camera in this neighborhood? Is that correct?
Yes.
And it is here in 6705 Ross Ridge. And we'll watch some quick pole cam video of that here. There's also a camera symbol where you said an incident occurred where Mr. Nichols was beaten. That's because there's a skycop camera there, and we'll watch obviously that video again here shortly.
We've seen the Sky Cop cam video last night. They're gonna show that junk over and over again.
We're going to start with one of the pre-edited videos, Your Honor, the video of the traffic stop at Ross and Rains.
Okay, y'all, hold on. Let me cue it up. 126.14 or somewhere close. Well, hell, look like they're about to go to break. $126. Oh yeah, they on some type of break. Hold on. Never mind. Oh, they called they asked to approach the bench. Some type of ejection.
Is that correct? So because of that, I am not going to ask guys who identify. I am not going to. Mr. Nichols, you testified that you were not present at this scene. Is that correct? So because of that, I am not going to ask you to narrate the video and describe what's going on. You weren't there. Okay. But I am going to ask you who is who. Okay, so you can identify with the jury who is who. Okay. Body cam videos do have sound, is that correct?
Yes.
But they don't have sound for the first minute or so.
Yes.
All right, y'all. Let's see. 1:30. Let me play. Let me see what we can get playing on there. 1:30. Let's see. Man, that thing kicked me. But typically after it kick you, it be all right. But it definitely kicked me. But I think they had stopped playing the body cam footage. I don't even know why they brought that up. But yeah. Where did I stop it? So I could do the 132.03. All right. 132. Fast forward on the audio. Oh, never mind. All right.
Is this going to be best in Nichols body cam?
Yeah.
Speak up a little bit for me.
Yes.
Okay. You see the hands there?
Yes.
So whose hands are those?
That's him too.
Okay. And you see the car there? Whose car is that?
Miss Nichols' car.
Mr. Nichols' car.
Let me see. 133.38. Let me see if I can play that. All right.
So whose hands are those?
That's him too.
Okay. And you see the car there? Whose car is that?
Miss Nichols' car.
Mr. Nichols' car. Can you tell who that is at Mr. Nichols' store there?
Placing one.
He's running down Ross. Young male, black, slim build, blue jeans, and a hoodie. Sat down on Ross. Where we last saw him. Mother. Yes. Hang on.
Who's that?
Haley.
Haley, okay. Hempill's body cam, so Hempill talking to Haley, is that correct?
Yes.
And we're not gonna rewind. If we go back to sort of the chaos that we saw, could you hear Haley's voice? Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
One of the problems with the back. All right, your car's right in front of you. This motherfucker got my walk. Now hang on. Where's your water? Get water. Here. Right. Negative 2938. Why am I getting glasses? Huh?
Who is that?
Haley.
You say Haley?
Yes, Haley.
I can't see jack shit. My glasses, what are you fighting me? Negative, we saw him running down Ross.
What make you want it? Who was that?
Smith.
Okay, I gotta find my glasses and get this damn taser downloaded.
Did you tell whose voice that was?
Smith. Yes.
Like a camouflage jacket, like with orange and red, bob head, swim here.
Whose voice is that? Could you say?
Martin.
Okay.
He's that far.
When I figured you get on somebody with my taser.
When people are talking like that and they say numbers at the start, what is that about?
The numbers are the officer's call number.
Okay.
Yeah, so every number
has like a car number.
Yes, everyone's assigned a number.
All right. So do you say your whatever your car number is first, and you say what you're going to say?
Yes.
Is that how that works?
I can't remember.
What's that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if that's what when somebody's talking on the radio, they would say their car number, so people would know who's talking.
He said call now, not car.
Oh, I'm sorry. Call number.
Yeah, you're talking about the numbers that they're calling. The numbers are assigned to officers.
I got you. Okay, so these numbers that we're hearing have to do with what type of call it is.
No, it's all right. So, all right, Lieutenant Smith, I heard him key up. He's 2901.
Okay.
So instead of saying Lieutenant Smith, you say 2901. That belongs to him.
Okay, that's his number.
Yes.
Okay. I was saying car number, like it identifies you by your car, but you're everybody's identified by a number.
Yes.
Okay, so Lieutenant Smith has a number, Justice Smith has a number, you have a number?
Yes.
And what's your number out there?
I don't remember.
That way. Thin male, black, blue jeans, and a plaid jacket.
Who was I talking to?
Martin.
You good right now? You got anything in your eyes? You found one.
Who is that we could hear on the radio?
That was me.
That's you.
Ross?
Okay, is this after y'all found him?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's me.
Martin and all them are over there chasing him. Shit, you sprayed too, but luckily you didn't get my eyes.
I hope they stomp his ass.
Hemp Hill.
I hope they saw with that snake for other cars because he Martin chasing. Sure.
Who is this leaving?
I didn't hear.
Who is this leaving?
Haley.
Whose voice is that?
I don't know.
How much injury you got? 55. Yeah, we were fighting, dude. I take him, and then we sprayed. Okay. I think the reason to bring him over here because they're further down there. We took off running. I mean, you know, bro, you got we call it. I'm spraying them. It's just spraying all of us. So they took the base away. Right. He took off running and just down. Yeah, just a cover, and that's when he stopped. Okay. Hey, my partner pepper sprayed me and I tased the dude. 2938. Is the fire department need to come down to you, or are you bringing it back down here? Down here, bring it down here. All right. Yeah, just go down a couple streets, you should be able to see.
Whose voice was that? Just said just going down here, or We're at a fairly natural stopping place, Judge, but we can do one thing first. We can back this video up, take it off the full screen, because I'm told it's maybe the full screen is distorting it, and just watch the first 2 minutes, just the traffic stop, smaller sort of version.
I was going to say, before we do that, just for the record, when we don't watch the entire video, if we could put on the timestamp that it was stopped, I believe it was 2039, either 07 or 17.
All right.
We're making note of those times, and we'll include that in the ultimate exhibit list of the jury. So we're not going to watch this whole thing, just the stop and smaller version, because we think the TV is distorting it and it goes full screen.
Do you want to just fast forward to the part to see if the smaller range is going to fix it?
We're real close, John, just right here. We'll see. Just make a note that we played that portion of the video, just for the record. Next video will be the whole cam. And it's probably the laptop, and they have a different one to use. Maybe we'll watch this video real quick, and then maybe we can switch out to. There's actually a second cam. Is that correct?
Yes.
6705 Ross Ridge in this neighborhood?
Yes.
now we're gonna want you to another time through and I'll point out something to you. I'm gonna look in this area here. Sorry, Nichols. This does appear to be a police car, doesn't it? Or can you tell?
I can't tell. This is the telex.
Individuals crouched down sort of between two cars.
Yeah.
They just walked away. Did you drive down the street?
I think it didn't. Oh, something. Apparently, somebody called an objection or something. I don't know how is it going. All right, let me stop the screen share. Hold on. Let me stop that and get back to the audio. Okay, I gotta stop this. 150. Yeah, they went to lunch. To 2028. All right, wait, let me kick myself back out.
Mr. Mills, while he's asking you questions, I know you may be facing this direction, but if you can just make sure your voice is loud so that the jury can hear your answers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who are the two officers on top of them right now?
Bean and Smith.
And Smith, I think, as we said before, you can tell by the light salt shoes. Is that right?
Yes.
Who is this officer walking up?
Martin.
Were you able to see that kick to the head where you were?
When I was there?
When you were there?
No.
Where are you in this right now?
I'm far. I'm on the other side of that car, far away. Not far away.
Sort of off stage, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see that second kick from the head from where you were that night?
No.
We go in order. It's Martin, Bean, and then Smith. So
Yes,
who's that?
that's me.
You see a confused something. We see you go like this. What
Yes.
are you doing?
I just open my baton.
Okay, this is one of those collapsible type batons.
Yes,
So when you go like this, it extends.
yes.
Can you tell us, if you stop here, can you tell here? Martin's back to us, is that correct?
Yes,
On the far right, is that Smith?
yes,
In the middle, Bean?
yes,
Far left, you?
yes,
And Mr. Nichols, like you said, half on the ground.
yes.
Stop it here. You're back to us, is that correct?
Yes,
Left with the shoes is Smith
yes.
on Tyree's left side.
I can't see Tyree's left side, but I can see right here, left of
You
me.
can see Smith
Yes,
on the right, Bean, is that correct? We can play it a little more.
yes, please. Okay, yes,
Okay, so left side of Tyree, Smith, right side Bean, and we stop this mid punch by Emmett Martin. Is that correct?
yes.
You had exited again to the right. Is that right?
Yes,
Where Martin and Smith and Bean.
they're still with Nichols.
Okay. We'll see some body cams later. So if you can't tell who the first kick or the second kick was from, you can just say that.
Okay,
So we saw one man run in and kick him.
yes,
Could you tell who that was?
that was Haley.
Okay. And we saw another man kick him after Haley did. Could you tell who that was?
Martin.
Who's this dragging him over the car?
Smith. Is it Smith? Yes, Smith.
know?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's Haley.
Did you become aware of the Haley to the people? We'll stop this here, 2040, 38. And we are going to watch next your body cam, Detective Mills. We're going to go through that period where the sound doesn't turn on for like a minute.
Yes.
You're the one spraying, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
You sprayed yourself at this point?
Yes.
What did we just see right there, Detective Mills? Did you see that?
No. Can you wind it on?
Yeah, we rewind it for a second. Rewind just a bit. What was that? Detective Martin took off his body and threw on the ground.
Like a could be a body worn camera.
Okay.
Could be.
Let me stop here for a second.
I don't believe it's going to ask it, but because at this point, the narration is going to be a slight speaking objection, but the video needs to play, and then he can come back and ask his questions, is how it's normally done. And right now, I would ask the court to allow him, to allow it to play to a certain point to get the effective what it should do.
Well, I mean, with regard to the video, I mean, it's entirety during your cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Then I'll allow you to do so, but during the direct examination, I'll allow him to ask questions with portions that he wants to direct on.
Yes, sir. Maybe approach on something I'd like to bring to the court's attention.
All right.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Little break.
I'm here, y'all.
Whose voice is that? Okay.
Okay. That voice?
Whose voice is that?
Martin.
Okay.
Me?
Whose voice was
It's more than one. But, okay.
His voice was him.
Can
Your Honor.
you replay it?
Exactly what I addressed. That's inappropriate. Does Mr. Hagerman know or the witness? Because
That is
Mr.
not.
Hagerman can just testify.
Well, then I guess the question is, or the objection is the objection to a leading question, or is it objection to what?
Objection. Leading, suggesting an answer.
I assume who?
So you can add knowledge of
This kind of mouth can't work it.
All right, if you can rephrase your question.
We can rewind it. Yeah, my question is, who says that?
Okay. Like, I'd say Martin.
Who said the location?
Me.
Who's that talking?
Martin.
Who's that?
That's Bean.
Who's that? Who are those people attending to Mr. Nichols?
That's paramedics.
You know they Mark?
Who said that?
Where do you want me?
Yeah. All right, right there. Who says that?
Smith.
What does that mean?
He was punching him.
What did he call it?
He said pieces, some pieces.
What's pieces mean?
Meaning a lot of punches, more than one punch.
Okay. Who said that?
That was Martin.
What did he say?
He said it was straight haymakers.
What's a
That's
haymaker?
like a one-hit quitter punch.
Like a big one.
Yeah, big one.
Like the third you heard?
Yes.
Who says that?
Martin.
What does he say?
He said he was rocking him.
What does it mean by rocking?
Punching him with the haymakers.
Who says that?
Smith.
What was he saying?
He said I jumped in, started rocking.
If you stop there, was that Defendant Smith?
Yes.
Saying something about you got that face thing you do?
Yes.
What's he talking about?
I think he's referring to I think Shelby County have a system when they can take a picture of the face and identify someone. I'm not positive, but I think that's what he's referring to.
Okay. Or I don't know either.
Oh, I think
Could
that's
it possibly be referring to some sort of medical thing for the paramedics or no?
no, I think it's I don't know.
Okay. Fair. Who is that?
Lieutenant Smith.
Who's talking there, Lieutenant Smith?
That's Haley.
Who said that?
Rewind that. Can you rewind it, please, a little bit? Just.
You know they Mark? I ain't get no information.
Who said that? Did you hear that?
Which
Dean was rocking.
That was Smith.
Your Honor, to ask and answer, his narration is going over and over. And I don't have an issue with the question. We're gonna play the video as well, but he's narrating, trying to get to he's leading him to the answer that he wants out of him. The witness has indicated an answer to all these questions twice now.
Actually, it wasn't asked. Have a list.
Specifically, Your Honor, the caption, the word said was haymakers, and then what looks like to be beans said he's eating them. That's the third time we watched it in the last 45 seconds. I don't know how they're rewinding it so fast, but if one didn't know that, we would actually think this is just one big long conversation. So it goes to the ask and answer objection. I've heard the same clip 3 times now in the last 45 seconds.
I mean, if we're going over new information, I'll allow you to go over new information, but if we can just make sure we're going over new information.
It was a witness who wanted to ask the question.
That was Haley.
And who just said that?
Just the swung and hit me part?
Yeah.
That was Martin.
Who says that?
Haley.
Yeah. 125-60-8752.
Who's that talking?
Haley.
Who's that talking?
Haley.
Judge, I'm just thinking about the record in the future. This video is asking who's saying what as a timestamp on it. And when you read a transcript of this, the question is going to be who said that, and there's going to be a name answer generally, or I don't know. But there's no timestamp. Nobody reading the transcript will be able to know what they're talking about. And I would ask that when someone's questioned about the videotape, that the timestamp be mentioned and included in the question.
If you can include that, Mr. Aaron.
For the record, that was 2045, 38.
Disconnected, right? Okay. They got water hose, right? Yeah, please. I got it on my kids for like the house is lit up the limb, my parents go everywhere. Yes, man, you take them all down there. Just have it. Wow. Where is he?
Now, who's that talking to the woman there?
Yes.
Did you see that?
No, I was going off what Martin told me.
Timestamp is 2046:53.
Yeah, right? It's time for it? Right there, right here. Thank you very much, Mr. Brother. No, we see why. Yeah. I'll answer. Hey, Martin. 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 Hold up.
That's Martin.
Wait, what's the timestamp on it?
2049-50, 1 or 2. On the camera now is 2049-50, 6 or 8. 6, and who's picture? Mr. Mills?
That's Martin.
That's Martin. What did Mr. Martin just do?
He signaled to me to take off my camera and talk to him.
What was that? A signal?
Just pointing to his body, well, where the body camera would be.
Okay.
And
And so what does that signal mean?
take it off. I got something to tell you.
To take your body camera off?
Yes.
And that timestamp is 2050-00.
The conversation we talk about and how we get here, how we get to where we at right at that time.
How they got there in terms of him hitting Tyree?
He said that he told me the traffic stop, serving oncoming traffic. He stopped him, got the cars fighting him. He told me he put on his gun, and he told me like all three, him, Haley, and Hemphill was laying on him, and then he said he pushed. Mr. Nichols pushed him off of them and took off running. He told me it's pepper sprayed and tased all over there.
Okay. But he,
All right, I'm about to pick back up on just the audio. I think it did its jizzard with the screen share. Hold on. Damn, where did I say I was at? 303, 307.54. Hold on. Damn it. Wrong one. Damn it. Wrong one again. All right. They didn't went 3 hours without a break. That's unheard of. Out of a 9-hour day. Then he got to get grilled by 3 defense attorneys.
Whose voice was that in 2054 asking, be all right?
Oh, Smith.
Who says that in 2056-41 his oxygen may be low?
Smith.
At this point, do you walk away with Lieutenant Smith to go to the punch house?
Yes.
I'm just going to stop the video at 2057. I think that's a 39. For the record, that's when we'll stop Mr. Mills' body on camera. Next, Mr. Mills, I'm going to try not to ask any questions, so I just want to just let it play. This will be your body-worn camera audio synced up with roll camera. Okay, so we will actually be able to see for the first time and hear the incident in the castle.
Okay.
Something now 23 days, 13. Or two, and then one real short video of lecture. We're gonna watch next beings, body more camera. To remind you, who is being in the car with?
Me.
Stop it here at 2033-55. So the camera remains on the ground. We're going to fast forward it to 2039. Go ahead, listen to just on 2038 next.
This is 2042-17. Since we played your synced with the actual incident, we'll play Mr. Dan's synced with the actual incident.
They being real repetitive with the evidence. They showing it from all angles.
February 23rd, 19. And there's just one more. Lace. Lace is not a name we've heard yet. In this trial, we'll speak later on in this week.
More body cam of the same thing. They're dragging it.
Case on for a second, please. Okay, we got time sets. There in 20, 36, 17, 18. Who was that kicker? Mr. Nichols.
Like Haley?
And there at 20, 36, 21, 20. Who was that kicker, Mr.
Martin?
And we try to stop the record at 20, 36, 21. You watched a lot of videos.
Yes.
During any of those videos, did you ever say stop?
No.
Should you?
Yes.
Did you hit Mr. Nichols with your baton?
Yes.
Should you?
No.
Did you act out of anger?
Yes.
Afterwards, did you lie about it?
Yes.
That's all questions.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, your left to the right. This will be a good breaking point for the defense does their cross-examination. We're going to go ahead and excuse the juror at this time.
All right, let me figure out where we at in this thing. Fast forward it. It's 3:38. Well, that's an hour there.
You all had started out like any other night on Flipper Street. Is that the all coming from?
Is that the okay? Yeah, that's the defense.
That night, you all had started out like any other night on Flipper Street. Is that the all coming from?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember what time you met for a roll call?
I don't remember the time it should start.
Okay. If I said 6 o'clock, would that be out of the door?
No.
And do you remember what you did after you left roll call?
No.
Do you remember talking with Emmett Martin regarding any sort of plans to detain anybody?
No.
Did you have any discussions with any members of your team regarding any sort of plans to do anything to punish anybody during that evening?
No.
Were there any conversations regarding the fact that you wanted to take somebody hostage or take somebody privileged to be free away from them that evening?
No.
So you drove in the car that evening with Mr. Bean. While you all were driving from Flicker to the Kirby Meadows area is where I think you all stopped the car eventually.
Yes.
All right, but prior to that, do you remember if y'all got coffee, anything like that?
I can't remember.
All right, and it's been 2 years ago, so, or more than 2 years ago now, right? Close to 2 years ago, at least 2 years ago. And you don't remember some of the details, but do you remember whether or not when you had the other person in custody, there was any sort of incident
similar to what would go on during the 8:30 hour day, where you have an incident with somebody that wouldn't put the hands behind the back.
Up to my knowledge, I don't remember.
Was there any, did you deploy your aspeton prior to coming into contact with the suspect that you would eventually come to know as Tyree Nichols?
No.
Did you have any plans to necessarily deploy your aspeton in anybody prior to 8:30 when you were in contact with Mr. Tyree Nichols?
No.
But you had your aspeton with you, right?
Yes.
Was that a part of your normal equipment that you would have with you when you were out in the field?
Yes.
And I think, pursuant to MPD policy, you have to have specific written permission to use an aspeton, right?
No.
Not immediately prior to, but I think you have to have, and we'll go through some policy on that. But if you don't remember that, you were certified to carry your aspeton, though, right?
Yes.
Were you post-certified as an officer at evening?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Bean a proper officer to be in your vehicle during that evening?
Yes.
And prior to that evening, you said that you, and this was not the first time you've been on a two-man team with Mr. Bean?
No, not the first.
Right. And I think previously when we had a conversation at trial, you indicated that you never had any issues with Mr. Bean riding in your vehicle, right?
Correct.
And he said Mr. Bean you knew to be just a proper officer, right?
Yes.
Never had any concerns in your different statements, ISB, with your statements with what we call 302s, your statements with the FBI, your statements with the Department of Justice. Never had an issue with Mr. Bean, right?
Right.
Right. Now, you on that particular evening, it wasn't a day like today. In other words, was it a little bit colder or a little bit warmer? And when I talk about in this room, I know I'm a little bit warm in this room, but was it a little bit colder January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
If I say it was about 45 degrees at 6:30, is that about right?
I don't know.
Had it been raining any, to your knowledge, during that evening?
I can't recall.
You recall any conditions at all during that evening that you can tell us about?
Cold.
It was cold. A little bit different than it was during April of 2025, right? Right. And during that particular evening, it was, you said that you were at a location, you weren't specific about where that location was. Mr. Haggard asked you, was it in East Memphis? Do you remember now that it was close to Kirby Parkway, that area, is that ring a bell to you?
If Kirby's where with CVS and there's a farmer's market over that area.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you don't currently live in this area, right? You moved.
Correct.
All right. And back then, though, you were a resident of this area, and you worked for MPD, right?
Yes.
And you described that you were assigned to the Scorpion unit, right?
Right.
Now, you said it was during COVID, and if it was during the year 2020, was it called Scorpion or was it called CAT team?
CAT team.
And what does the CAT acronym stand for? Do you know?
I think it was Criminal Apprehension Team.
Criminal Apprehension Team. And then in 2021, did the name change to Scorpion unit?
Yes.
And that was kind of the brainchild of Chief Davis, right?
Yes.
During that time, I think with ISB and some of your 302s, you indicated that there was you were getting accolades for the work that y'all were doing, right? As for Scorpion unit, correct?
Yes.
And they were telling you how you were going that criminal suppression was working, right?
Yes.
You were told about the decline in murders and things like that.
Yes.
And there were meetings with people with kind of rah-rah type meetings. Y'all go ahead, y'all get out there, do your job. That type of stuff going on, correct?
Yes.
And that was from the higher ups, right?
Yes, that's their meeting.
That was, and you all were present though when they told you, basically giving you slaps on the back about how successful the Scorpion unit was, right?
Yes.
And when you were part of that during that particular time, prior to January 7th, 2023, did you have any problems with the fact that there was success?
Did I have problems?
I'm gonna ask about your problems in a second. Let me ask you this way. Did you met with Forrest Christian prior?
In 2023?
Yes.
No.
Who was Forrest Christian?
Federal prosecutor from DOJ.
All right. Now, between January 7th and 2023, in September, you met with DOJ a number of times, right?
Yes.
Now, that would not have been immediately after this January 7th, 2023, 8:30 incident, though, correct? Let me ask you a better way. January 7th, 2023, incident happens. After the incident, you said previously that you and Darius Bean went to St. Francis Hospital, right?
Right.
You had a suspect in custody at St. Francis Hospital, right?
Right.
And you stayed there until you were relieved from St. Francis Hospital, correct?
Early morning.
Right, early morning hours, 1 or 2 o'clock, I think was your prior testimony, correct?
Correct.
You remember what officer relieved you that early morning, brother?
I want to say Matthew.
Okay. And was that a member of your team also?
Yes.
And your team is the Scorpion unit, is broken into 3 different teams.
Yes.
And you were part of team 1, right?
Yes.
And I know you put some of this out, you don't remember your call number, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember.
All right, but and I'm gonna ask you to go back and some of this to replay just so you can get pictures of the jury about what's going on. After that evening, when you got back, or early morning hours, were you asking any questions from anyone?
Yes.
Who asked you questions?
TBI was there. The security squad, that's internal affairs, they were there in the office. And that was it.
Had they been there on other incidents prior to talk to you?
No.
Right. And at that particular time, you made 1,000 arrests, right?
I don't know.
There were a lot of arrests.
Yes.
And you said repeatedly, ISB, DOJ, FBI, TBI, that this was the most difficult arrest that you ever had. True.
Yes.
And you also said that you don't remember an arrest fee was this that difficult. Correct?
Not that way. I said it.
2 minutes ago, you were talking about you sprayed twice, right?
I sprayed 3 times.
Right, I'm saying, but I'm talking about on the second time, when Mr. Haverman asked you, when you said you sprayed once and you sprayed twice, you said it wasn't working, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you say spray was not working, you mean it was not working on Mr. Nichols. He was not giving his hands, correct?
Yes.
And you've been sprayed before, right?
Yes.
You sprayed on that night, right?
Yes.
You were sprayed in the academy, correct?
Yes.
When you were sprayed, it hurt.
Yes.
And in the concept of pain compliance on the use of force continuum, we'll go to that in a moment. Spray, in your mind, should work, right?
Yes.
But it was not working that night. Yes or no?
Right.
All right. So you then indicate that you get back. You got different people there asking you questions, right?
You got ask a question about why I get back?
No. When you got back, people asked you questions about what happened.
Oh, yes.
All right. But at that particular point, you had not met anybody from DOJ, right?
Correct.
And you had not been told anything about what type of time you were facing with DOJ, right?
Right.
You, at that particular point in time, were not asked anything about participating at trial against the Aries Bean, correct?
Correct.
You were not asked anything at that particular point in time about anything to do with testifying against Justin Smith, which came at trial, right?
Right.
You weren't told at the point that you were giving statements to ISB about what happened, any information whatsoever about the possibility of facing life in prison, correct?
Right.
And at the time that you were giving your statement to ISB, you had met 9 different times with DOJ, which your story changed, right?
I don't know how many times I met with them before ISB.
Right. But you can see the fact, and you can see that at trial previously, your story changed detail-wise over the period of time from January 7, 2023 until February 2023. Again, in August, when you start meeting more with DOJ, right?
No.
You're saying it didn't change.
Saying.
Now you got to talk up. I asked you a question.
Repeat the question.
Your story progressively changed. When you met at ISB, you had 0 complaints against Aries Bean about whatever he did that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you had no complaints about the fact that he stayed in the fight with Tyree Nichols that night when you were talking with ISB, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, during that evening, when you were talking with ISB, you said your body on camera, did you not?
No.
Now, earlier, Mr. Hagerman asked you about whether or not you saw the whole cam. Your answer was you didn't know it until you got back, right?
To the office.
Right. Now, you can't speak for Aries Bean whether or not he noticed the poll cam, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you got out of the vehicle, you had to go back because, as you stated, you failed to lock, right?
Yeah.
And Aries Bean had already got to and apprehended Tyree Nichols, right? By the time you got there.
Right.
Yeah, head start, right?
Yeah.
You're in the vehicle, you had to put it in park, correct?
Yes.
And he gets there to Mr. Nichols prior to you getting there. Am I right?
Correct.
And at the time that he got there, you can't testify as to what he saw or noticed in the area. Am I clear?
Correct.
And that's true, right?
Right.
And you wouldn't have any information regarding whether or not there's being indicated. I know that there's a light in here. Right?
Right.
Okay. Now, at some point, you went from ISB to talking with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and you had made a decision that you were going to cooperate and change your plea, right?
Right.
You remember the date on this?
I'm using some actions. I want to make sure that what is the ISB and all.
I apologize. Do you know what ISB? I'll ask you another question. You know what ISB is?
Internal affairs.
And technically, it's Inspection Services Bureau, but it's what?
Internal affairs.
Okay. And so you talk about internal affairs a day or two later as far as the formal recorded statement, right?
Yes, sir. I remember when I did talk about it.
But that was after you had already talked with TBI and ISB the early morning hours of January 8th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, there were no charges filed against you, right?
Right.
And you were not given an option of saying that you're going to continue in your story with ISB versus changing your plea guilty away from the life possibilities that you were facing, right? Right. And so you were handed a copy of a memorandum of understanding. Remember that earlier today?
Yep.
I told you. That's exhibit 4. What's the date on that exhibit? And that exhibit is written by MoneyBoy. So you know who Mr. MoneyBoy is?
Yes.
Who is he?
District Attorney.
The district attorney, right?
Yes.
Big guy. And it's signed, right?
Yes.
2 lawyers and yourself signed it, but it's undated, right?
Right.
Okay. Can you tell this jury when you decided to sign that?
There's no date, I can't tell.
Okay. But at that point, you were cooperating with the the Department of Justice, correct?
Correct.
And basically, that agreement says whatever happens with the Department of Justice over here is going to run with that, right?
Yes.
So in other words, if the Department of Justice says, Your Honor, we feel like the time should be, it's up to 15 years that you're facing right now, right?
Right.
But if the incentive is sweetened by the fact that you're here, it could be, as he stated earlier, probation, right?
Right.
Based on your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's based on your truthful testimony, as he stated, right?
Yes.
But this is a truth that is different from your initial truth, right?
Can you word that?
Yeah, it is considerably different than your Inspection Services Bureau truth.
In other words, nigga, he calling you a liar. And the only reason you ain't lying now is because you was faced with jail time. That's what he's saying.
All right?
Correct.
All right. Let's go down some of that Inspection Services Bureau. May I get the time? Before I get into that, you're not from here, right?
Right.
You're from Memphis.
I just need to make sure you keep your voice loud so that you're hearing.
Okay, yes, sir.
Not from the Memphis area. During the days after this particular incident, there was a lot of things going on that affected you personally, right?
Right.
You got people in your yard protesting you, right?
Right.
You got people with a bullhorn talking about go home and all that type of stuff. Am I right?
Right.
And that is after you did this ISB statement, correct?
I believe so.
Right. That is after your story changed, in other words.
I don't think that happened when the charges came. Right?
Correct. And I might have asked it in a bad way. Your ISB statement is the night of, right?
No,
Okay. I thought you talked to them verbally when you got back from the hospital.
I did, but there was no statement taken.
Right. I'm not telling you, there's no trap. That night would have been January 7th is the night of the incident. January 8th, because time changes over to the next day, midnight, you get back to Flickr around 2 or 3 in the morning, right?
Right.
And you said earlier, TBI, ISB, and other people are there, correct?
Correct.
Who's TBI? Just for the sake of the record, you know?
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
All right. And they took over the investigation, correct?
Yes,
Because it involved MPD, Memphis Police Department, right?
because Ms. Nichols was critical to it.
I got you. But that would be what you would expect. If it was a shooting and he's critical, would TBI be involved to your expectation based off your training?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. So they're there, and because of the incident that took place, that's not something out of the ordinary, in other words. Right?
Right.
All right. So we're January 8th. Now I have this document is dated. It has January 11th, 2023. Does that sound fair? 2 or 3 days later?
Yes.
That you're talking about ISB, right?
Yes.
And at the time that you talked to ISB, the same Desmond Bill is out there with his life on the line every night, right?
Right.
And other than maybe I think your status, your job status had been relieved at that time, temporary relief, I believe. Am I correct?
I think it's relieved of duty.
You relieved of duty because of the same incident, though.
Yes.
Not because of anything outside of that, right?
Right.
And you went to give a statement to ISB, right?
Yes.
And so if it's an internal Inspection Services Bureau statement, even though you're relieved of duty, you're still an employee, am I right?
Yes.
All right. And so you give this statement at that particular point in time. Let me be clear. The protesting in your yard and all that stuff wouldn't be for another week or so, or 2 weeks. Right. But it happened.
I don't know when it happened.
It happened after this, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You were answering the questions, and I'm just going to ask you a few of the questions right now. But you said that you put on your body worn camera, right?
Yes.
Now, when you have your body worn camera on, is that part of what you're supposed to do as a PD officer?
Yes.
Under the regulations that you have, you normally would turn it on if you get involved in any sort of interaction with the criminal suspect. Is that true?
Yes.
Does it cut on automatically?
If you're in a squad car with the light system, you will.
Okay. When you get out of the squad car, if you're running after someone, does it cut on?
No.
And in this particular incident, did you cut your body worn camera on?
Yes, I did.
Did you take it off and throw it in the car or whatever, like you saw Mr. Martin do? I think it was the question. Did you take yours off and throw it down as you were trying to interact with Mr. Nichols?
No.
Now, you were shown video based off of 2 different body worn cameras, yours and I believe Mr. Bean's, correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, first-hand knowledge, did it appear that Mr. Bean would have thrown his off at any point?
No.
Now, you saw that during the interaction with Mr. Nichols, it appeared to have been knocked off. Is that true?
Yes.
But that's somewhat different than a person taking it and tossing it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time prior to you going to this incident, you said you had a person in the car, right?
Yes.
And to be clear, and that's consistent with your ISP statement. You had a person in the car, and you hear a call out that a person had been tased, pepper sprayed, and was fleeing, right?
Yes.
And based on that, you said, well, I'm gonna release this gentleman, right?
Yes.
And I'm gonna drive, and if you're at Kirby Parkway, I calculated it at 2 miles to the crossing range. Is that pretty fair?
Yeah.
All right. So you get there, the crossing range, and when you arrive, you found out or you start looking for for the suspect.
Yes.
Now, at that point, did you have any idea whatsoever about who that suspect was?
Only thing I knew was he exists, pepper sprayed, and he's tased.
All right. So there wasn't any conversations regarding the fact that this man was supposed to take somebody's girlfriend, anything like that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
And anything regarding that would be inaccurate, correct?
To my knowledge.
Right. There was not. Mr. Bean didn't say, hey, let's go get Mr. Nichols. Anything like that, did he?
No.
All right. And to your knowledge, when they talked about this, when this call out came out regarding a person who's in that area, did you or Mr. Bean have any conversation about who you thought it might be, or who it was, or what that person might have been doing?
No.
You drove to the area, right?
Yes.
And the first time that you had seen Mr. Nichols of any sort of thing that registered in your mind, in other words, I'm not asking if you might have been in the same restaurant before or anything like that, but was there any reason to have a registration in your mind about who the person was walking?
The description of me.
From the description, right?
Yes.
And you didn't give a description, right?
Right.
And Tyree Bean did not give that description, correct?
Correct.
Did you all have any first-hand knowledge about what happened on that first scene?
No.
So, on the video, at 8:32 approximately, you see the suspect, right? Or at some point, I guess I'm not putting words in your mouth at the same time, but at some point you see the suspect, right?
Right.
And it appeared that at that same time, that at least Mr. Bean would roll down his window, right?
Right.
And he asked the suspect a question, correct? Or did he get any words out at all?
I think we both said, hey.
When you said, hey, what happened?
Mr. Nichols took up running.
Okay. Now, in your prior testimony, with your 302, with DOJ as well, and with ISP, do you have any criticisms of Mr. Bean getting out of the car at that point and chasing the suspect?
No.
In fact, if you see the person and you see him turn and start running, if Mr. Bean says, I'm not getting out and chasing him, that would be a problem, right?
Yes, cool.
That could be. That's not doing your job the way that you're understanding the job is supposed to be done, in other words, right?
Right.
Okay. So he runs and he eventually catches up to the suspect, right?
Right.
Now, there was one thing that changed from the ISB, I think the last trial, and I can pull it up and show you, but you were clear, and you weren't asked this question here today, but you were clear about the fact that once it was slow, the video was slowed down, that was the first time you seen it, kind of in slow motion, right?
Yes, last time you
Right. And I asked you, at that time, did it appear when it was running slow motion, whether or not it appeared that they were slapping at Mr. Nichols' hands or wrist area? Remember that?
I remember he slowed it down, I watched it, and it looked like he did not punch me.
Okay.
That's all I remember.
And when you saw it, and that hasn't changed today. In other words, you've never seen Tyree Bean punch this man in the face or hit him in the face at all, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's just that my question is right, because we gotta have a transcript.
Oh.
In other words, that the answer to that question is that he did not hit him in the face, head, or any areas like that. Am I correct?
Yes, once you slowed it down, I was able to determine that.
Okay. Now, if a person is on the ground and suspect reaches up towards their vest or towards their gun or towards the hand of the other officer, that can be dangerous, can it not?
Yes.
Right. And it's clear that can be dangerous. That if a person's hand becomes a suspect, when you're saying give us your hands, and instead of turning over on the back and putting the hand behind the back as a suspect, he poses danger to those officers. Correct?
If he's not in that position.
If he's not where the handcuffs can go on.
Correct.
All right. Now, eventually, you said this before, that once the handcuffs go on, then the incident stops, right?
Yes.
And in this particular, the videos that you saw earlier, they run kind of fast, but it appeared that once the handcuffs click on Mr. Nichols, all contact with Mr. Nichols seemed to stop, other than to pick him up. Now, Mr. Harriman says drag him to the vehicle, right?
I don't say drag.
Okay. But he placed him on the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And it appeared that it was Mr. Bean and Mr. Smith that placed him up against the vehicle, right?
I believe so.
Right. But they never did punch, kick, hit, or anything like that, right?
While on the vehicle?
While he's on the vehicle, while his hands are not cuffed. Or while his hands are cuffed, rather. You never saw him get struck when the hands were cuffed at all.
Correct.
All right. You talked previously about how something can look excessive, but it really just be ineffective, right? Was your spray effective?
No.
All right. So your spray was ineffective. You sprayed 3 times, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're spraying, that spray goes into that whole area, right?
Yes.
And so simultaneously with you spraying, Tyree Bean is in the radius of that spray, right?
Yeah.
But when you spray him, and to be fair, you're a little bit bigger than Mr. Bean, right?
Yes.
Mr. Bean's hands are on the suspect at that time, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Bean had just been on a dead sprint. Was he jogging to Mr. Nichols?
No, he ran.
He was on a dead sprint. Does that equipment weigh pretty good bit of weight?
Yes.
I say 30, 40 pounds, is that about right? All the equipment included?
Yes.
So he gets out at night, runs towards Mr. Nichols. And according to you, Mr. Nichols does not at any point comply with the request for hands, right?
Right.
And although there was a discourse at the previous trial, there wasn't as much here, but I want to be clear. Your use of the word fighting does not necessarily mean, hey, Mr. Nichols got up and started swinging and ducking and all that, right?
Right.
Your use of the term fighting is fighting, resisting. Co-exchangeable words in Memphis police lingo, right?
Yes.
And so at that point, he's still fighting. He's sprayed, and he is still trying to be hands-on with it, correct? And when I say he, I mean, Tyree Bean gets sprayed by the spray that you're spraying in that area, right?
You're right.
And he's still holding on to the suspect. Am I right?
Right.
Now, while he's holding on to the suspect, you are panting and can't catch your breath right. True or false?
True.
Okay. And you said that you were aggravated, right?
Right.
Right. Now, did you at any point look at Darius and say, hey, I'm gonna get his ass with this baton because I'm mad?
No.
In fact, if you were wanting to do the most damage with the baton, would you hit him in the head or would you hit him like you were trained in the academy on his arms?
To do the most damage?
Do the most harm to Mr. Nichols. Where would you hit him at?
In the head.
Right. Now, both Mr. Smith and Mr. Bean gave you a clear shot to the arms, right?
Yes.
You said clear, as a matter of fact, right?
No, I didn't say clear.
You didn't say clear yet? So,
I think I said, it's a moving that way.
okay. And then you said, I'm gonna baton the fuck out of you to Mr. Tyree Nichols, right?
Right.
Now, in the academy, they teach you a concept called verbal judo, right?
Right.
You are supposed to use language different than when you're beating out X-Cross, right? You never been beat out? Church out here, I was 40 years, this stuff before, right? All right.
Okay.
In other words, you wouldn't tell anybody in Sunday school, I wouldn't tell anybody in Sunday school, it's fair conversation, I'm trying to fuck at you, right?
Right.
So, but when you're out there in that type of environment with a person who's fighting with you, verbal judo is not something that's popped, right?
Correct.
Because had you said, I'm gonna baton the fuck out of you, and had Nichols at that point said, just arrest me, just put my hands in cuffs, do you think, based on the atmosphere at that time, that you had the ability to stop yourself from batoning?
Yes.
Okay. So even though you're angry and agitated, had the hands been given, I give up. Put my hand behind my back. You had the ability to stop it. And I think based on each of these statements before, you would have, right?
That didn't happen.
I know it didn't happen. If it wouldn't have happened, could you have stopped yourself? Yes or no?
If I would have said I'm gonna F the time, he would have put his hands on the back, he would have stopped.
Right. That's all I'm saying. But the only person who knows what your frame of mind is at that point is who?
Me.
Right. So there's no conversations about I'm mad versus the fact that I'm using the use of force continuum and applying force as I have been trained. Mr. Bing does not have that conversation with you, correct?
No conversation.
All right. Mr. Bing can say, hey, instead of hitting him on the heart 3 times, like you're trained and like you're supposed to, hit him in the head. Did he say that?
No.
All right. In fact, he cleared so you can have a clear shot to the arms, correct?
Correct.
And you hit him 3 times. Is there a reason why you hit him 3 times and then push the time back together?
I was finished with the time.
I understand that. But is there a key to it being 3 times versus 10?
No key to it.
Is there training regarding how many times you're supposed to use the time in that situation?
I remember too, I believe it said maximum force. So I think maximum force would be 1 blow, 1 strike.
Who told you that?
I believe that's what's in the training. It's been a while.
Is that something you developed once you were talking with DOJ?
No.
Did your understanding of how to use the aspeton change when you're talking with DOJ?
No.
You seem to have had some training because you flipped it up there. Spot on, right?
Yeah, you can.
And maximum force, right?
Right.
I'm gonna let you look through this. May I approach you? You know what that is? What you just handed?
It's the MPD aspeton policy.
Have you ever seen that before?
Yes.
And in order to use the aspeton, are you supposed to be familiar with that policy?
Yes.
Want to look at that policy? Just look through it. Just go through it.
I am not asleep, people.
Just go through it.
No thing.
I mean, just looking through it. I don't want to be all words. What you can't have a chance to look at it. And it's only 20-page policy. Now, is that the policy that they show you all like in an 8-hour class you have to take for the use of aspeton?
Yes.
And is it like on a projector and they talk to you about the policy?
Yes.
Okay. And is it the suggestion or recommendation that you use it more than 3 times on the suspect?
Doesn't, we never said it.
No set time, right? So you administered 3 strikes, right?
Yeah.
And you administered 3 strikes under your understanding.
Not this time, Chef. I'm up. I was last night after like the 3rd hour.
See if there's anything that's in there that, hey, this is John Perry. I can't work or something.
I wouldn't know what our original copy was.
Okay, that's fair. Is that? I'll tell you.
I'm well rested now.
Are you clear with the policy? This was handed to us through.
It be your own people, man. Your own people.
What you've seen in the past.
No.
And it seems to be consistent, right?
Right.
Does it suggest that you hit him upside the head with an aspeton?
No.
Why does it not say that you should hit this person upside the head with an aspeton?
Just like I said, that'd be deadly force.
It talks about the fact that it's not intended to cause intense temporary. It is intended rather to inflict intense temporary disabling pain, right? No, it's not okay. I'm saying is that
my stance on the baton is if it's enough deadly force, if you hit somebody in the head with it and it could cause deadly force, you shouldn't be able to use it on any other part of the body where it could shatter bones, because that's all it's going to do in other places. If it's able to, get damn it, be considered deadly force if you hit them in the head with it.
understanding of what it's meant to do.
Yes.
And it's to do that, is that a part of what you understand as pain compliance?
Yes.
And by pain compliance, are you just picking people off the street and saying, hey, I'm gonna use my aspeton on you?
No.
This is after you have created a presence, right?
Yes.
On that particular evening, it was after you saw verbal commands, correct?
Correct.
It was after you had deployed a chemical agent, correct?
Correct.
Now, these steps are going relatively fast, right?
Yes.
Based on your understanding of situations that can go on, life or death on the streets that you're doing as a member of Cat Team, or at this time, Scorpion Unit can change from
This defense attorney is good.
dangerous to deadly or specific, right?
Yes.
You've been shot at, right?
Yes.
You've been in shootouts, right?
No.
You haven't been in a shootout, but you've been shot at.
Yes.
Okay. And that, I would guess, is a dangerous situation, right?
Yes.
This particular situation, you didn't pull your firearm, did you?
No.
You did not at any point in time order anybody else to pull a firearm, did you?
No.
In fact, no firearms were pulled at all, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
It says maximum force eliminates the need for multiple strikes, decreases the need to escalate the force, and it shortens the time span of the confrontation. Can you tell me your understanding of that?
As hard as you can, first time.
Because it's expected to
Make the person stop.
All right. Now, you hit him as hard as you could, right?
No.
But you hit him, right?
Yes.
And that's interesting. You didn't hit as hard as you could, correct?
Correct.
You use it, and then you put it up, right?
Right.
So you weren't trying to kill him, right?
Right.
And nobody out there was saying we should try to kill him, right?
Right.
In fact, unlike if it was a shoot, person that shot at you, it hit you, could kill you, right?
Right.
No questions asked. He could have. I'm not saying he did, but he could kill you, right?
Right.
So in other words, what you were using at that particular point in time was not deadly force, was it?
No.
Yes, speak up.
No, it was not.
All right. Did you hit the downward 45-degree angle?
And I hit him at a 45 angle.
Right.
What do you mean that swinging?
Swing it.
Yeah, I swing how close is it? Swung.
Right. How they train, right?
Yes.
And did you try to hit in one of the areas that suggested that you strike it?
Like the elbow or the knee.
Yes.
Which one?
Between the radial nerve and the median nerve.
Might be one person training that, but I'm not. Tell me where that is.
It says the radial nerve is above wrist and median nerve is top of forearm.
All right. So you hit, in other words, either from right here to right here, right?
Yes, sir, right on.
Okay. And that's the only place you hit.
Yes.
Didn't strike in the head, right?
Did not.
Didn't try to hit him in the groin area or something that was going to possibly injure him, in other words.
Did not.
All right. And so on that particular evening, you at that time, and I think it's been consistent, that there was not a plan to take something like robbing this guy or something like that, right?
Right.
There's no plan to in any way take away his freedom from him to try to hold out for ransom or something else, correct? Or to take him from one location to another for some illegal reason. All right?
Right.
And you were acting under color of law because you were a sworn officer, and to your knowledge, Mr. Bean was a sworn officer as well, right?
Right.
And to your understanding, the call out that the person had been tased, pepper sprayed is indicative that they have committed some sort of felonious act, right?
Right.
Now, at the time you changed your plea, you didn't have any knowledge about what was in this car, right?
Right.
This was before you decided to cooperate and all that stuff. Well before you would have known anything about anything subsequent.
And calling them ain't a snitch.
Right. And you didn't know anything about either substances or anything that didn't belong to you, did you?
No, I did not.
But you changed your plea sometime after your Inspectional Services Bureau and before the grand jury. In other words, when the federal grand jury came, you had already agreed to cooperate, right?
I don't remember when does that change happen.
Okay. But you didn't meet any 302s along the way. 302s being when you meet somebody from the Department of Justice or FBI, etc. Right?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Haggard asked you yesterday about how long you met with him. He said, I think about 2 hours total, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. It's hot in here. I'm getting old. And so forgive me. He asked you this morning, how long did you meet with him? And he said about 2 hours, right?
No.
How long?
I said maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour total, right?
Yes.
In preparation for this.
Correct.
Now that's in stark contrast with how long and how many times you met with DOJ, right? You understand?
I guess so.
No, you can't guess it.
Well, yes.
All right. You met with DOJ so many times in the trial in the fall, you didn't even remember how many times you met with him. Remember that? I don't know. But a lot. That was your answer. You remember that?
Yes.
And you met with them, and your truth kept changing somewhat. The details kept changing. When you met with ISB, when you talked to ISB, you were asking about how many times you struck. Well, this is back in January 11th. Remember they asked, and how do you know it was ineffective? And I imagine talking about the spray. I'll go back to question. So did you notice if the chemical agent took any effect on Mr. Nichols? You remember what your answer was?
No, I don't have it from me.
If I say it was ineffective, is that what you told ISB back then? Okay. page 5 out of 21.
So I said it was ineffective.
Right, the spray.
Yes, the spray was ineffective.
And in other words, when you're talking to them, you indicated the fact that when you use the spray 3 times, it had no effect on this nigga, right?
Right.
And it's consistent with today. And you remember when you were talking with DOJ saying stuff like, you don't know the effects of it and all that?
I don't remember that.
Okay. But so we're good on the fact that it was an effect.
Yes.
And we're good on the fact that you properly used your acetone, right?
No.
All right. What's a continuing cooperation agreement? You know?
No.
Do you know whether or not you would get credit for speaking over here and you go for your sentencing hearing across the street in a few months?
Possibly.
Possibly, maybe. In other words, you expect it, right?
Yes.
All right. So back to the question, when you say, I today think that I didn't properly use my aspartame, it changed somewhat from when you were talking to ISD back on January 11th, 2003. Because then you were definitively positive that you properly used your aspartame.
When you asked me last time, I told you asked me why it wasn't properly used. It's because this nigga wasn't actively resistant.
I would have asked you why. I would have told you why. That's my question. Because I would have had the ability to look at what your answer was right there. You indicated a why. You said because what you just said there. Say it again.
Because he wasn't actively resistant.
Right. In your statement, you actually used the term prior to anybody defining it for you as active resistance. When you were talking about ISD, you said he was actively resistant, right?
That's right. And I told you that the statement wasn't valid.
No, I don't understand that. At that point, when you were giving that statement, you weren't sitting up in a room full of 3 FBI agents, Forrest Christian at the end of the table telling you how stupid you were if you were going to not change that story. You didn't have people from the TBI at this end recording as you what was said, and you didn't have 3 other attorneys from the local AUSA office saying what would happen to you if you didn't cooperate as a witness against Tyree's being. You didn't have that at that time, right? When you're at ISD, you have a few people asking you questions.
I was asked a question. Mr. Bean actually started to answer and just went into another question loudly. Not even giving Mr. Bean a chance.
We've got a lot to answer.
Mr. Mills.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills, you changed your answer about active resistance after you initially said what active resistance was in your statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, active resistance does not have to be punching, does it?
No.
Does active resistance have to be kicking a person?
Well, it's the best I can explain it. Passive resistance would be someone like laying there and not cooperating. Active resistance will be someone punching, kicking, doing that type of thing.
You saw the video earlier, right?
Yes.
You saw, and you tried to, you can ask questions about it multiple times in different hearings, that Mr. Nichols' legs were kicking while he's on the ground, right?
In this video today?
In the video today.
I don't remember seeing that.
Your body won't video. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna stay watching it. I'm gonna stay full speed. We're gonna watch it and ask you. We have audio. Well, I'll tell you what, the audio's gonna get, you can turn off that. Is that you driving?
Looks like it.
And for the sake of the record, this is being played right now in Asking. and time mark 20 and 33, flat on the dot.
No, I didn't see his legs kicking off.
Okay. I didn't ask you that. I said, did you see his legs kicking at 20 and 33? Yes or no?
Right there? No, I didn't see him kicking. Tell me right here.
Did you see his legs kicking at that time? Yes or no? At 20, 33, and 10 seconds.
Yes.
All right. We're gonna come back to the video. You can pause on that. Now, when you talk to ISD, you never said, I saw Tyree Nichols kick an officer. And that was not my question. But you saw his legs kicking, which is different than passive resistance. Yes or no?
Yes, that's different.
Right. Passive resistance. If, as an officer, you're trying to get me to stand back on the scene, murder scene. Man, that's my brother, that's my brother. And you say, step back, sir, we're trying to process the scene. Step back, sir, I'm trying to process the scene. I'm standing right here. You do me like that. Is that active or is that passive?
Passive.
Right. And then you say, John Perry, I told you to get 10 steps back. And I say, no. And at that point, you say, and I say, hey, man, active or passive?
That's what the next after that.
No,
That's
what I just did, active or passive?
I'd be more like active.
And we ain't in a courtroom on that video, right? Yes or no? I said it right now. When I did that just then, you some judgment, right? You said that be more active, right?
Yes.
But right then, have I walked through a metal detector today?
I don't know.
Did you walk through a metal detector today?
Yes.
All right, and I came through the same metal detector that you did. So you know I'm patting down, right? You got good faith belief I have a pistol or something, right?
Right.
Had you patted down Tyree Nichols at that point?
No.
And had you seen anybody else pat down Tyree Nichols at that point?
No.
So the fact that he's actively resisting right there is based on your judgment on a 45-degree outside night where it's wet outside and after you've sprinted 80 yards to get it, correct?
Correct.
And right there, you thought it was active resistance. When he's kicking in the air and moving his arms around and standing himself up and walking around, you said clearly to ISD that's active resistance, right?
Right.
Right. You were asked questions about duty to intervene earlier, right?
Right.
And when you were asked questions about duty to intervene, was the policy read to you so that you could answer it based on the policy in front of you?
No.
Right. And have you had a chance to look at the policy in your preparation for today?
No.
But previously, you had a chance to look at the policy, right?
I can't go.
Now, approach. Yes, sir. See?
Yes.
And you see the word reasonable in that?
Yes.
All right. And it's just a line. Can you read that policy?
Any member who directly observes another member engaged in dangerous or criminal conduct or abuse of a subject shall take reasonable action to intervene. A member shall immediately report to the department any violation of policies and regulations or any other improper conduct which is contrary to the policy or order or directives of the department. For sworn employees, this reporting requirement also applies to allegations of use of force not yet reported.
Okay. And your reading of that, you said it shall take reasonable action, right?
Yeah.
And at that particular night, and you said initially at the previous trial, if you got one handcuff on a person and one hand free, is that person still in danger?
Yes.
And if you're holding on to the free hand so that the person who's holding on to the cuffed hand cannot get punched in the face, so that you release the cuffed hand, that is a reasonable action to hold on to that hand, right?
Yes.
It's also reasonable if a person is holding on to that person to have an expectation that you're going to try to get this person down by most means that you can. You're trying to get this person, in other words, handcuffed, right?
Yes.
Because if you don't get that person handcuffed, is the attempt to arrest complete?
No.
Does the person continue to be a danger?
Yes.
And you said it before better than I can. It is difficult to put handcuffs on a person that does not want to be handcuffed, right?
Yes.
And it's, in addition to being difficult, it's even more difficult if you have run a distance of 80 yards, tackle this person, put him on the ground, and he's resisting you, right?
Right.
You seem a little bit tired, right?
Right.
And you had a chance to take a few breaks, right? In other words, out of 3 minutes during the time that they're wrestling with this person and trying to get his hands in handcuffs and all of that, you were walking away trying to get your eyes together and your breath together, right?
Right.
And during that same period of time, Mr. Bean is still trying to put handcuffs on this person, right?
Right.
And the person is not giving his hands up to be handcuffed during that time frame, is it?
Right.
And so, takes us into the person that I haven't asked a lot about, and Martin. Did anybody tell you that night that Emmett Martin is dangerous to be with on this team?
No.
Did you have a conversation with Emmett Martin about the fact that he felt homicidal?
No.
Did you have a conversation telling you that Emmett Martin should not be on duty because he was having mental health issues?
I only found out all that stuff from that trial.
Right. So, in other words, January 7, 2023, 6 o'clock, you meet later, right?
Yes.
Nobody briefed you on the fact that, hey man, one member on your team feels homicidal. Nobody looked you in the eye and said that, did it?
No.
Nobody had a sub meeting, or in other words, 4 of y'all get together and say, hey guys, we gotta look out because Martin's gonna feel a little bit off tonight. Anybody say that?
There were, we did know he wasn't feeling himself, but we didn't know in particular that it was any mental issues.
Did you know he was gonna pull Tyree Nichols over?
No.
Did you know that when he got to the scene and y'all were struggling with Tyree Nichols, that within a 12-second period he was gonna hit him 3 times?
No.
And did you know the force for which he was going to hit the person while he was holding on to him?
No.
Wouldn't that have been something pretty good for him to have told y'all if you're going to struggle with him on a rainy, slippery street in the middle of January?
Yeah.
And get your breathing together and your eyes burning, you could have told your co-officers, hey guys, watch out for what Emmett Martin might do while you're holding him, right?
Right.
And you never testified to the fact that you thought they were holding him so that he could get hit, right?
No.
Right. In other words, I want to put on this point, you don't have anything to offer this jury about the fact that you think that these 2 men were trying to hold him up to get hit. There's of course speculation with regard to this. No, you.
If you know, a whole lot of things. And with that, this period about 2 minutes time now.
Yes. The Darius Bean, Justin Smith, y'all stand up. One has one arm. Yeah,
I've asked you to rephrase the question. I'm allowed to rephrase it.
to my right is who? This is my right. Who is this?
Smith. Smith.
All right. To my left is who?
Bean.
All right. On that night, you just described the fact that they were in a struggle with Tyree Nichols, correct?
Yes.
And while they're struggling with Tyree Nichols, was he given his hands to be arrested?
No.
Did they have any knowledge that you were aware of that Emmett Martin was going to get him?
Not to my.
Right, and there's no way that they could tell that Emmett Martin was seen, even based off of today, 2 years later, that they're holding him, trying to get him into custody. That's it. Right.
Right.
Matter of fact, today, you phrased it better than I could do a question. You asked Martin, how did we even get here, right?
Yes.
How did we get to the point of arresting this man, correct?
Yes.
You only knew about the call out, correct?
Correct.
So there could not have been a plan to try to kill him, right?
Right.
And there could not have been a plan to try to kidnap him, correct?
Correct.
There definitely was no plan to try to hurt him, based on what you said. No plan to injure at all, right?
Right.
And there also, you've heard of officers robbing people, right?
Yes.
You've heard of officers doing stuff, taking money, and escorting dumb boys, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was there any of that type of stuff going on?
No.
Nobody under a plan to use your job or your badge inappropriately whatsoever, right?
Repeat that question.
You were not a part of a plan and had no information that these men had any sort of a plan to misuse your badge, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We want to just take a very brief recess. Like have the jury set up. Dean, thanks for sit down. Had a couple of the defendants stand up. I'm just going to go through with the defendants. I have Mr. Smith, I can stand. This is Mr. Justin Smith. Thanks for your seat. Next one, Mr. Bean, you can stand. This is Mr. Darius Bean. Thanks for sit down. Mr. Community Haley. All right, Mr. Stengel, you like to see?
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Mr. Mills. Mike Stengel, representing Demetrius Haley. You started by telling this jury that you spent maybe an hour with Mr. Hagerman before your testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, you have spent several hours with other members of the district attorney's office, correct?
Correct.
And that's included Ms. Hadley here? Correct?
I believe she did a few times.
Okay, you met with her on multiple occasions, correct?
Correct.
And you spent many hours meeting with federal prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And federal agents, FBI agents, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes TBI agents were there, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes you were meeting with prosecutors, both federal and state prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And you have been interviewed by law enforcement and prosecutors many times since January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And all of those meetings with prosecutors or law enforcement officers were after you signed a profit agreement, correct? Let me ask you this one. Prior to you being interviewed by any prosecutor or agent, you met with your lawyer, Mr. Ballard, correct?
Correct.
And you and Mr. Ballard signed a written agreements before any interviews, correct?
Correct.
And the essence of those agreements was that they couldn't use what you told them against you if it was determined to be truthful, correct?
I believe so. Correct.
I'm going to pass you two documents and ask if you recognize them. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I signed it.
And you signed both of them, correct?
Yes.
And you signed them on January 20th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And that, it was after that that you had your first meeting with prosecutors and agents, correct?
Yeah, I think this was the first one.
Okay. You signed those at that first meeting, but you did with that first meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I asked that those be marked the next two numbered exhibits.
Proper agreement with the Shelby County DA's office. Exhibit 12.
I knew the defense was gonna hit him with that. You only changing your testimony because they hit you with the time.
Show a 3-page proper agreement with the Department of Justice. Exhibit 13.
First meeting cooperating with law enforcement was January 20th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
It would have been not quite 2 weeks after your encounter with Tyree Nichols on January 7th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, that occurred before you were charged with any crime in connection with your encounter with Mr. Nichols, correct?
I don't remember the date charges, man.
It was certainly before any federal, the state charges came several months before the federal charges, correct?
Yes.
And it was certainly before the federal charges, correct?
Yes.
You just don't recall whether you had been charged with murder, kidnapping, aggravated assault, oppression, and misconduct, correct?
Correct.
You were talking about EMTs and paramedics earlier today on direct. You recall that?
Yes.
What's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
I have no idea.
They're the same thing, ain't they?
All of the fire department personnel that you saw at Castlegate and Bear Creek paramedics, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what a paramedic is?
No.
And were you using that as a generic term?
Yes.
Okay. Generic Memphis Fire Department medical personnel, correct?
Correct.
Now, we saw earlier that there was a picture of you and other Scorpion officers taken on January 8th at the office at Flickr, correct?
Yes.
There's been some discussion about Flickr Is that the Scorpion unit headquarters in January 2023?
That's the impound lot.
Who took those pictures? Security squad or TBI?
I think it was TBI.
But there were several pictures of you taken that night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward, ask you if you recognize those pictures, Mr. Mills.
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
Me.
And then you and the equipment you had on when you encountered Mr. Nichols and Cassie Day at Bear Creek, January 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And those pictures were taken before your shift was over by TBI, correct?
Correct.
All right, ask that you mark the next number considered collectively.
So 6 photos of Mr. Mills as exhibit 4.
Mr. Mills, when you were at the academy, part of your training was proper use of force, correct?
Correct.
And you learned about the Memphis Police Department force continuum policy, correct?
Correct.
And it had 7 levels, correct?
I don't remember enough. I see that thing.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm going to document this.
Okay, 7.
Do you recognize those 2 pages as part of the Memphis Police Department policy and procedures that were in effect and governed your conduct and all police officers in January of 2023?
Yes.
I'd ask that you mark the next number considered before I forget.
So the 2-page policy and response to resistance, exhibit 15.
If you would tell this jury, starting from the lowest level to the highest level, what the police department's use of force continuum is.
Correct. Level 1, physical presence. Level 2, verbal warnings. Level 3, verbal commands. Level 4, chemical agents. Level 5, empty hands control, soft and hard. Level 6, impact weapons, less lethal weapons, MPD K9. And level 7, deadly force.
Okay. Am I correct that an ASP baton is an impact weapon?
Yes, it is.
So it would fall at level 6 on that continuum, correct?
Yes.
So the level immediately below deadly force.
Yes.
Okay. And what level is empty hands control?
5.
Okay, so below the impact weapons is empty hands control, correct?
Correct.
And there's 2 categories of empty hands control, soft and hard.
Yes.
Correct. And hard includes kicks, correct? Okay, if you would read hard empty hands control techniques from the manual.
Hard empty hand techniques. This subcategory includes kicks, punches, or other striking techniques such as breaker, stun, or other strikes to key motor points that have moderate chance of injury.
And those are techniques that were trained at the academy, correct?
Correct.
And approved for use by Memphis police officers on duty in the correct situation.
Yes.
Soft hands control. What is it?
Soft empty hand techniques. This subcategory includes escort controls, touch pressure points, wrist or arm locks, and takedown techniques that have a minimal chance of injury.
Again, taught at the academy, correct?
Correct.
Approved for use by Memphis police officers on duty
Correct.
in the correct situation.
Yes.
Soft hands control would include getting somebody out of the car.
Yes.
You've seen video of Tyree Nichols being removed from the car
Yes.
at Rawson Ranch, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't there, correct?
Correct.
So your only knowledge of it is after January 7th, 2023, you've seen that video lots of times, correct?
Correct.
And that's soft hands control getting him out of the car, correct?
Correct.
And soft hands control, according to policy, includes taking him to the ground in the appropriate situation.
Correct.
You were on Scorpion Team 1, January 7th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you've been with that unit since its creation by the Chief of Police, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were with its predecessor before Scorpion was created, the CAT team, Criminal Apprehension Team.
Correct.
And on January 7th, 2023, two-man car with B, correct?
Yes, correct.
You're driving, he's in passenger seat.
Correct.
And that's when you hear call out over the Scorpion channel, man running and pepper spray tags, running southbound on Ross, correct?
I think it was just a general precinct channel, but that's what I heard.
Okay, dispatch,
Yeah, it was-
put it out to everybody in the area, correct?
No, the officer, we were using the precinct's radio frequency, not a problem.
Okay. So as a Scorpion officer, you had the ability to switch between whatever precinct you're in at that time or your encrypted channel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you believe that it was over the precinct channel that you heard the call?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, somewhere, Kirby Meadows, a couple of miles away, with Bean, and you had somebody you intended to arrest in the backseat of the car.
Correct.
You let him out, let him on his way, and you and Bean responded to this call out, correct?
Correct.
And that was proper policing following your training.
Correct.
Officer needs help. Suspect running with pepper spray and tase tells you there's been a fight with an officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were trained to respond to something like that. Help your fellow officer, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you did.
Correct.
Followed your training at that moment.
At that moment.
And at that moment, following your training was good policing.
Correct.
Within a few minutes, you're driving, you get to Ross Road, correct?
Correct.
And first you drive through the neighborhood a little bit.
Yes.
And you, some neighborhood off of Ross, correct?
Correct.
And you're south of Rains, correct?
Yes.
You never went north of Rains on Ross as part of responding to this call.
I believe so.
Okay. After all, the call was running southbound on Ross from Rains, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you take a left turn off of Ross and drive through a neighborhood.
Yes.
You don't see anything that you connect with this suspect you're looking for, correct?
Correct.
And neither does he.
Correct.
You end up back on Ross Road driving south, correct?
Yes.
And in your rear view mirror, you see somebody that meets the general description of the suspect walking southbound on Ross, wiping his face, correct?
Yes.
And you made a U-turn.
Correct.
With that U-turn, you're on Ross, now facing north, just north of what turns out to be Castle Gate Lane, correct?
Yes.
Windows rolled down, windows were initially up because it was chilly out, right?
Right.
Windows rolled down, some combination of you and being, hey, to the guy you've seen in the rearview mirror, correct?
Correct.
And he takes off running.
Yes.
He pops out of the car, takes off running after him.
Yes.
You park the car, get out, go back, lock the car, and take off running.
Yes.
You end up going up Castle Gate Lane, correct?
Yes.
You're not sure where you are. Somebody's out on the street, in the yard. Whether it's their yard or not, somebody's in the yard. What street is this? What street is this? You're asking, correct?
Yes.
And you get on the radio, you run to Castle Gate Lane, you get on the radio, you tell dispatch, we got him, we're chasing him on foot, Ross and Castle Gate. Correct?
Correct.
I am not sleep, people.
And again, you're engaged in good policing at this point.
Yes.
Responding to a call for a suspect who's fled from officers at Ross and Rains, correct?
Yes.
And now he's fled from you and me at Ross and Castle Gate.
Correct.
You get roughly a block up Castle Gate is Bear Creek.
Yes.
You get there, Smith, Bean, and this person who's run from you and Bean are on the ground. Correct?
Yes.
And at that point, good policing is detaining this person, correct?
Yes.
You have a lawful basis to detain him.
Yes.
Right as you arrive, you spread. Very shortly after, you spread, correct?
Yes.
You spread twice,
correct?
3 times.
Well, the first 2 times you sprayed, you said the spray was ineffective, correct?
Correct.
And at about that time, Emmett Martin from Scorpion 1 arrives, correct?
Correct.
He arrived before you sprayed the 3rd time, correct?
Correct.
Because as a matter of fact, he was impacted somewhat when you sprayed yourself, correct?
Yes, I learned it when I watched the video.
Okay. So you didn't notice that when you were on the scene?
No.
Okay. 3rd time you sprayed, you got yourself, correct?
Correct.
And it was effective, wasn't it?
Effective on me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Caused eyes to burn, face to burn, difficulty breathing, correct?
Yes.
And over the next several minutes, I think you testified, it would reactivate, it would sort of flare up.
Yes.
Okay. And that's something you were trained in the academy would happen with pepper spray, correct?
Yes.
Smith and Bean were the first 2 officers to encounter Nichols at Cascade Airport, correct?
Yes.
You were the 3rd one.
Yes.
When you got there, you used pepper spray 3 times, correct?
Yes.
You used your asp baton on his arm, correct?
Yes.
Martin was the 4th officer there, correct?
Yes.
And twice he kicked Mr. Nichols in the head when he got there, correct?
Yes, I learned from the video.
You learned that when you watched the video, correct?
Yes.
You were unaware of that at the time you were at Cascade and Bear Creek, right?
Correct.
You couldn't intervene in his first 2 kicks, could you?
No.
Why not?
I didn't know about it.
So it's not reasonable to intervene if you don't know there's something to intervene about, correct?
Correct.
It's not reasonable to expect intervention if you're not there, correct?
Correct.
Now, after your use of the asp baton, while you were at Cascade and Bear Creek, you are aware that Martin punches Mr. Nichols in the head, correct?
Correct.
Some punches you heard and others you saw at the time, correct?
Correct.
And since then, you have seen the punches, all of the punches on Martin on video, correct?
Yes.
All of Martin's punches to Mr. Nichols' head occurred before Mr. Haley got to Cascade Bear Creek. Do you agree?
Yes.
When did you learn who this suspect at Cascade and Bear Creek was?
His name?
His name.
When everything was over. He was handcuffed.
After he was handcuffed,
When the paramedics on the scene.
when the Memphis Fire Department is there, his wallet is gotten by law enforcement in the fire department, correct?
I don't remember how.
Well, it's from his wallet that people learned his name on the scene, correct?
I don't know how they got it, but I don't know how it was received, but I got the information that was Tyree.
Was there any plan before the traffic stop at Ralston Range that you're aware of to find, detain, and injure a Tyree Nichols?
No.
To your knowledge, did any members of the Scorpion team have knowledge of who was driving the blue Nissan Sentra that was stopped at Ralston? And Bear Creek? And then your immediate supervisor, Lieutenant Dwayne Smith, arrived, correct?
Yes.
And you and Lieutenant Dwayne Smith walked from Castlegate and Bear Creek to Nichols' house, correct?
Yes.
Lieutenant Smith knocked on the door and spoke to the people who answered, correct?
Yes.
you stood back somewhat and had your body on camera, correct?
Yes.
And that was the purpose of you going with him, correct?
Yes.
Initially, the people who answered the door denied knowing who Tyree Nichols was, correct?
Yes.
And after being told he was under arrest, the man and woman identified themselves as his mother and father, correct?
I'm trying to remember how it played out.
Would watching the video help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That's very true.
And then ask you. But play a portion of your body on camera. And then ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
Memphis police.
I get revenge after the top step. Yes, go control that. It started at 20:57:35 and it ended at 20:57:33. That was on Officer Mills's body worn camera. Now, on the issue of January 7th, 2023, after leaving the Wells' residence with your lieutenant, Lieutenant Wayne Smith, you reported to him that you did everything by the book, correct?
Yes.
And when you made that statement, you were referring to your conduct and Memphis Police Officer Scorpion Team 1's conduct at Castlegate and Bear Creek, correct?
Did I say me or we did my book? Did I say me or we did everything by the book? I don't remember what I said exactly. That's what I'm asking.
Well, let me play a different section of this body worn camera. And this is your Mills's body worn camera beginning at 21:04:03. Was that your voice?
So that's my voice, yes.
The video ends at 21.
Yes, I said that.
04, 08. So you said we did everything by order, correct?
Yes.
What were you telling Lieutenant Dwayne Smith at that time?
That everything was okay, but I knew it wasn't.
Okay. When you were telling him everything was okay, because you sit here now, you're saying you lied to him, correct?
Correct.
Well, when you were telling him everything was okay on January 7th, 2023, what were you referring to? What was everything? It was your conduct at Cascade and Bear Creek in dealing with Tyree Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And it was your fellow officers' conduct at Cascade and Bear Creek dealing with Tyree Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And that covered all of the force. When you were talking about the entire interaction with Tyree Nichols at Castlegate and Bear Creek that evening, January 7th, 2023.
Yes.
And Mr. Haley was there arrived several minutes after you did, correct?
Yes.
He arrived after Mr. Nichols was initially engaged by Justin Smith and Tyree Speed, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after you got there, because you were the third officer, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after you used the pepper spray all 3 times, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after you used the ask baton, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after Emmett Martin punched Nichols in the head 5 times, correct?
Correct.
And having seen video afterwards, he arrived after, as Mr. Hackerman says, Emmett Martin soccer kicked him in the head and kicked him a 2nd time, correct?
Correct.
You did not see Demetrius Haley use any force on Tyree Nichols at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Now, after these agreements with both state prosecutors and federal prosecutors to talk with them and cooperate, you met with them several times, correct?
Correct.
And over the next several months, from January of 2023, at first meeting, January 20th of 2023, until November 1st of 2023, you were charged here in state court in this case, correct?
Yes.
And then you were charged in federal court with 4 charges over there, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of all of these interviews, pursuant to these agreements, cooperate with law enforcement, federal and state, anytime they ask, meet with them and talk, correct?
Correct.
You did work out 2 plea agreements, one for the federal case and one for the state case, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, in federal court, you have formally entered a guilty plea, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to approach your honor. You recognize that document, correct?
Correct.
What is it?
It's a memorandum of plea.
It's your written plea agreement over in federal court, correct?
Correct.
And you signed it, right?
Yes.
Got your signature.
Yes.
And pursuant to that agreement, on November 2nd, 2023, you pled guilty to 2 charges in federal court, correct?
Correct.
And one charge that you pled guilty to was violating Tyree Nichols' civil rights resulting in his death, correct?
Correct.
Count 1 of the indictment.
Correct.
You pled guilty to that. And you also pled guilty to another count, essentially conspiracy to obstruct justice or cover it up, correct?
Correct.
Right, I'd ask that be marked as the next number considered. Do this.
So the 3-page guilty plea that comes from those in federal court as this.
And that agreement, see if you agree with these parts of that agreement. Number 1, you agree to continue to cooperate with prosecutors, correct?
Yeah.
Both state prosecutors and federal prosecutors, correct?
Yes.
And you agree to testify against Demetrius Haley and anybody else, if you're asked to, both in federal court and in state court, correct?
Yes.
And you did testify in federal court, correct?
Yes.
Spent 3 days on the stand?
Yes.
And count 1, violating Tyree Nichols' civil rights resulting in his death, that you pled guilty to turns up to life in prison, correct?
Yes.
And with that agreement, the federal government has said, agrees, that if they believe you told the truth, they will recommend a sentence of 15 years or less, correct?
Correct.
And you can ask for any sentence below 15 years.
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, they might recommend less than 15 years, correct?
Correct.
They haven't told you what they're going to recommend, have they?
No.
That's not going to be determined until after you testify in this case, correct?
Whenever I go to sentencing hearing.
Okay. No parole in the federal system, correct?
I don't know.
You weren't told whether there was parole when you pled guilty?
Can't call.
Do you recall when you pled guilty in federal court, you were put under oath and asked questions by the judge?
Yes.
Do you recall being told what the possible penalty for your convictions were?
Yes.
You were told of it for up to a $250,000 fine, correct?
I don't remember.
You remember that you faced up to life imprisonment for violating his civil rights resulting in death.
Yes.
And you recall the court telling you, understand, that under the federal system, parole has been abolished, so there's no getting out early, regardless of what the custodial sentence may be on parole.
What was that to me? Yes, I heard.
You heard it.
Yes.
Now, as has been gone over earlier, that 15-year business is the federal prosecutor's commitment as far as a recommendation, correct?
They will not go over, correct?
They'll recommend 15 years or less, depending on how they see your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And at the same time, you were pleading guilty in federal court. You had reached an agreement with the Shelby County District Attorney's Office to plead guilty in this case, correct?
Correct.
And your memorandum of understanding is the written agreement you had with the state, correct?
Correct.
It's been made exhibit here today, correct?
Yes.
If you need it, to answer questions. If you need it, of course, let me know, okay?
Okay.
Is it a fair assessment that once you're done with your cooperation, you'll be sentenced in federal court, correct?
Correct.
And the federal judge will determine the sentence after hearing from the federal prosecutors and your lawyer and you, correct?
Correct.
And then after you receive that sentence, you'll come back to this court and plead guilty under this written agreement, correct?
Correct.
You don't even know what you're going to plead guilty to yet, do you?
The charges. The criminal charges.
All of the criminal charges?
Don't know that.
Okay, you don't know what you're going to plead guilty to, right?
No.
But you're going to plead guilty to something and get a sentence the same as the federal sentence, correct?
Correct.
And your state sentence will be the same as the federal sentence, right? That's your understanding.
Yes.
And your state sentence will be served at the same time as the federal sentence, correct?
Correct.
And it will be served in the Federal Bureau of Prisons or on federal probation, whatever the federal judge determines, correct?
Correct.
So every day of the federal sentence that goes by and you complete, you're completing a day of the state sentence the same day, correct?
Correct.
So the two sentences at the same time, just like they were one, correct?
Correct.
So here in state court, you essentially get a pass on this case, correct?
No.
Well, how much more punishment do you get in the state case than the federal sentence?
More charges on it.
More charges, but not more time, correct?
Correct.
The federal prosecutor and the state prosecutor living up to these written agreements and making their recommendations depends on their satisfaction with your testimony in both cases, correct?
Correct.
neither one has told you that I've got any problem with your testimony over in federal court, correct?
I haven't spoken with him since.
Your lawyers never told you there's been a problem, correct?
Correct.
You have no indication that the feds are not satisfied and not going to live up to that recommendation of 15 years or less, correct?
Correct. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, is there anyone that needs a break? Okay. Obviously, another just breaking on top.
They breaking, let me fast forward. Or at least they on the objection.
For many years, we've seen each other court quite a bit, got to know each other pretty well, and none of this is going to be a surprise to you because I've already asked you probably 90% of the questions that are going to be asked today. Okay? No trick questions. I'm probably going to bore about the tears and read from your earlier testimony. You
It's
testified
the third defense attorney talking to him.
I cross-examined you. I'm answering your questions. Right. So, you were under oath. When you testified. So therefore you need such a perjury. You cannot. Right. Okay. So I said it all together. By the way, a little bit of housekeeping. You were asked by Mr. Stingle, would you like to see some videos in order to determine whether or not that fresh recollection? The first question was about whether or not the family denied knowing Mr. Nichols when they played that video. But I did not hear Mr. Stingle ask you, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And was Mr. Stingle's question correct? That is, initially they said they didn't know who he was. Yes. Okay. And secondly, you were asked whether or not you did everything by the book, or we did everything by the book, when you're talking with Lieutenant Smith, again, you showed the video clips. So I'm formally asking you, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you tell your lieutenant you did everything by the book?
Yes.
All right. Now, harken back to one time before when I examined you. We went through the internal affairs statement, and then your agreement, your statements given to the FBI. We went through all those statements. And at one point, I don't know if this would be an answer to one of the lawyers, but you said, hey, I lied. And I'm going to ask you, why did you lie? It's the IND statement, the internal affairs statement. You remember me asking that?
I don't remember asking.
Let me see if this helps. And your answer was, I lied because I needed this job and I needed to keep my health insurance. You remember that?
Yes.
So when you testified with me, that's why you explained why you lied. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that still your position?
Yes.
Now, you may or may not recall from earlier report, I tend to do things in chapters. I try to keep myself organized. And so the first area that I'm going to be asking questions about are answers that you gave Mr. Heiderman during that examination. Okay? So I'm going to stick with that. I'm trying to focus on that first. Okay? Now, your memorandum of understanding agreement that you signed with District Attorney MoneyBoy said that you're going to cooperate, testify truthfully regarding the death of Tyree Nichols and its cover-up. Remember that phrase in there, cover-up? Mr. Heiderman read the memorandum, and I heard him ask, and you said yes. It's regarding the death of Tyree Nichols and its cover-up.
Yes.
Did you cover up anything surrounding the Tyree Nichols death? Did you? Now, anybody else right now, did you cover anything up regarding the Tyree Nichols death? That calls for yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Justin Smith, stand up one more time, Justin. That man right there, you see that? Justin, a couple years ago, many years ago, wrecked one of his cars. And then he was afraid to drive. He didn't like driving. And he knew you were a good driver. So you two rode together in a car for over 2 years, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you were a good driver, and Justin was not that comfortable with his own driving. You did that fair statement.
Correct.
By the way, he told me something. Tell me if this is true. This is not in the trial. He said he used to make fun of him a little bit, poke him a little bit, about the fact that he was blind to the back if he had his glasses off or it was not time. You just kind of pick at him about how blind he was without his glasses. Do you recall that?
Yeah, can't see.
Yeah, he's blind. You would agree he's blind to the back without his glasses on, right?
Yes.
Now, you rode with Justin Smith for that 2-year period, 8 hour minimum, 8 hour shifts for 2 years, and you two became close. Is that right?
Yes.
And remember, you and I spent a lot of time talking about that.
Yes.
In trial. It's because you and Justin shared many of the same values as it relates to how you treat a suspect, how you treat an arrestee. You remember us talking about that?
Yes.
Both you and he are tough, but you are compassionate. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And would you still say that about Justin Smith, that he is a tough, but compassionate cop?
Yes.
Is he brave? Was he brave? When you wrote him, was he brave?
Yes.
Was he honest?
Yes.
Was he honorable?
Yes.
It's two different things, honest and honorable, right? Yes. You knew him so you actually knew his wife. Did you not? You met his wife. We all need to socialize about things, and you knew his wife.
Yes.
And he knew yours, right?
Maybe probably heard each other when talking on the phone.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you, sir. Now, going back to that memorandum of understanding that I cover up, in all the time you knew Justice Smith has never covered up a single thing in his career, has he?
That I know.
You're the one I got on the stand, so I gotta ask you.
I'm saying no, that I know.
Like, in fact, you know the Charles White incident, aren't you? Charles White incident. That ring a bell? You know Charles White is? He was a white cop.
Yes.
On Scorpion. That's some weird hairdo. Big old white guy.
Yes.
Y'all had a juvenile in custody over there, put a string, was handcuffed, he was giving some lip to somebody, and Charles White slapped him across the mouth.
Yes, I heard about that. I was on
Right. And what you heard about was a squadron full of officers.
I'm sorry, Mr. Knowles, not even U.S. evidence?
It's his reputation testimony.
Well, I'll object to specifically.
Significant. But it's a fairly small tiny is that right? And the cat would use for about 3 years, is that right?
Yes.
And in that 3 year period of time, Justice Smith had a reputation within OCU, and that reputation included that he would not tolerate abuse by a cop against a suspect. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was borne out specifically because your agreement to cooperate is to cover. Part of that reputation is how he proved himself in the Charles White incident. He turned it in, did he?
I know who turned it in.
Okay, fair enough. I'll move on. Getting away from what Justin may or may not have done regarding Charles White. You were not present when Charles White supposedly did something?
Yeah, I was not there.
Move on. You talk about the Scorpion team mission being a quote, zero tolerance mission, where MPD brass, I call it MPD brass, you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
MPD number crunchers would send you out into an area of Memphis that has spike in criminal activity. And that would be drug dealing, murders, carjacking, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
And you said that your mission was to make contact with people by way of traffic stops.
Yes.
It had to be a legitimate speeding stop or something. To make contact with them, because the goal was to get felons off the street, to get guns off the street. You said that, right? And you said the word switches. When we were talking, Mr. Tyree was asking a question. Some of these people may or may not know what a switch is. What is a switch?
I didn't say switches.
Mr. Tyree did.
I
Was that one of the goals of the Scorpion team, to get guns and switches off the streets?
guns, drugs, cars, and seats crash.
It sees cash.
That's part of what I said. I think that's part of what I said.
Okay, fair enough. It's your own property, not bad. Okay. All right. And part of what you said was, you clarified that if you can make contact and you can find a felony amount of drugs in that car, you can seize that car, you can seize that cash, right?
Yes.
Even if that car is titled, that means if it's carrying drugs, MPD seizes it, right?
Correct.
Now, you weren't a policymaker of MPD, and that was the policy set down there to you guys on the Scorpion team to make contact with these people for that purpose, right?
Yes.
So if somebody turned back using a signal, they're speeding and running red lights, that was the reason for Scorpion unmarked car to make a traffic stop. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In fact, that's what y'all did.
Yes.
And you would go to hot spots where there were drug deals going on, gas stations or whatever, and you would, for lack of a better word, station yourself there, camp out there, looking for hand-to-hand drug transactions, and you would investigate it and attack that crime, right?
Yes.
Right? And as part of this, you went to detective school in order to be a, for lack of a better word, an undercover detective with skills in narcotics, those kind of things. Is that right?
To be an OCU, yeah.
Right. Being an OCU, you went to be a tech or the detective
Yes.
in order to be skilled and qualified in recognizing those type things. Is that right?
Yes.
And in the, how many years were you in CAC team or OCU Scorpion?
OCU over there since I said COVID, so.
COVID-19, so 19.
2020, I guess.
Right.
So 2023.
So 3 or 4 years?
Yes. 3 years.
Do you have any idea over that 3 or 4 year period how many felony arrests that you don't have to be the one making it, but you assist somebody else sometimes making felony arrests? Do you have any idea how many felony arrests that you made over that period of time?
A whole lot.
I know. And would it surprise you, and you just tell me you agree or disagree, or my number's wrong, or my number's low, just that Justice Smith and anyone who's been in OCU for a period of 3 or 4 years like you have made over 1,000 arrests, either directly or been involved as a secondary officer over that period of time?
That's accurate.
It's not one a day, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, of the number of arrests that you made, or OCU members made, here at 1,000 over 3 years, what percentage of those suspects had some form of hidden weapon on them? And by percentage I'm talking about 40%, 70%? I'm just asking you, in your experience.
Hidden weapon, I'm dealing with the Scorpion team. Let's see, 89%.
Bingo. So 1,000 people that you and your teammates have laid hands on and arrest 800 to 900 of them had some form of head weapon in the pocket of the waistband, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with that? You agreed with it before. That until a suspect is in handcuffs, nobody's safe. I think that's your word, isn't it?
Handcuffs and search.
That's maybe right. So not only that handcuffed, then they have to search. And until then, nobody's safe. More than 1 or 2 officers on the scorpion team have gotten disciplined for handcuffing someone, obviously not doing a good job searching them, and a weapon is found inside the spot car later. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So until they're thoroughly searched and handcuffed, no one might see the safe. Is that right?
Yes.
I've seen your video and Benny's video hundreds of times, and I know you have to. And by the way, I think your agreement to cooperate with the federal government and the state government came on January 20th. Yes, I know you. Nichols died on the 10th. Your IED was on the 11th. That's how I get January 11th. Yeah. And on the 20th is when you entered into those agreements. So you were cooperating as early as January 20th after Nichols' death, right?
Correctly. Yes.
Okay, and you're here to tell the truth.
Yes.
So, back to what I was saying. I watched your videos. You're a big man, play football, right?
Yes.
Benny is a young man, big fella, but a young man. And when y'all saw Nichols walking through, we'll watch the video, okay? Walking through that front yard after you heard the description. And he said, hey to me, out your window. Nichols took off running, did he?
Yes.
At that point, he just said, hey, you got me? I'm done. It would have been over, right?
Yes.
You arrested over 1,000 felons. Many of those fleeing felons, right? On foot. I watched one of them, Winchester, out on the road.
Yes, I'm close.
Right. So they run running, right? But when they don't run running, they get easily handcuffed, searched the good call, right?
Yes.
Nichols took off down the street after that. That you weren't familiar with and me wasn't familiar with, right?
Right.
Dog. Right?
Yes.
You knew that this suspect, who turned out to be Nichols, you knew that Nichols had been fighting with the police, is that right?
Yes.
He could tased, he could spray, he was hiding, running, probably the act resistance fleeing.
Yeah.
Okay. So he runs away from Benny tackles. At that point, when Benny tackles him, no cop in Memphis knows if that suspect has a gun, right?
Right.
And it doesn't matter if we learn 4 years later that his mom lived down the corner, around the street, or anything else. It's your job, Benny's job, to chase that suspect down, put him in handcuffs, search him, and find out why he was fighting those other cops. Is that right?
Right.
That's what Benny did, right? He chased him down and caught him.
Yes.
You were surprised and shocked when you got up there. You thought you were chasing Benny.
Yes.
You were surprised and shocked to see Justin Smith there, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, we'll hear more about what Justin was doing there. But when you got up there, Justin and Benny are crouched over approximately 90 degrees in a crouch, trying to get Nichols under control. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, originally, you had told the FBI, federal government, that Benny and Smith were punching Nichols. But then Mr. Perry took his video and slowed it down, kind of half speed like he did today, and played it for you at trial, and you watched it. And you concluded that when you watch it in slow motion, Benny and Smith never touch Nichols' face. It's his hands that they're slapping, right? You conclude that, haven't you?
Yes.
And that's the truth, isn't it?
No punch in the face.
You made an honest mistake when you said, hey, when I came up, they were punching in the face. But when you looked at it, you said, no, they weren't punching in the face.
Yeah. When the camera slowed down, yes, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, the whole time you were out there, Benny and Smith never touched Nichols in the face at that area, did it? That you saw.
No, that's
Now, we refer to things, we've been referring to things as pepper spray. That almost gives a harmless kind of sound. I think police officers call it OC spray, right?
Yes.
And that OC, cut me out any favor. What's OC stand for?
I forgot the proper name was extremely hot pepper.
Right. It's something capsule.
Yes.
Lithium capsule. Right.
So very hot.
Yeah. People like me can't only pop from there, right? You think I can buy your quality OC spray?
No, you can't.
Oh, you thought no. The civilians can't be touched. Cannot have OC spray. Only law enforcement officers, right?
Right.
In fact, you use your OC spray to take that can and put it on a real microscopic scale, and they weigh it, see how much OC spray you use on the suspect. No.
Yes.
That's how powerful it is. Isn't it?
Yes.
And when we went through training at the MPD Academy, they gave you one squirt in one eye. They just close both eyes and cover one eye, and they squirt your eyelid, and then they take it open. You know what they do in the academy?
Yes.
And just that one squirt, they didn't expect you to count how many fingers you're holding out. And then they expect you to go over and fight a rubber gun filled with water.
Yes.
That's called bad bile thing. Everybody can around, right?
Yes.
With that one squirt, you're completely incapacitated. You cannot breathe. You cannot see. You're scared to death. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and it spreads all over.
Yeah. And the more you sweat, the more whatever, it's in your eyes, it's in your nose, you start shutting down, right?
Yes.
Pepper spray is considered a pain compliance technique to get a suspect to surrender, right?
Yes.
Because if you shoot with it or you spray with it, they can't see, they can't breathe, and you get those hands and you can handcuff, right?
Right.
He was sprayed at the raw and running, even when you weren't there, you heard about it. But then you personally sprayed Nichols 3 times, right?
Right.
And it had no effect on you. Did I?
Right.
He said we took his hands and wiped his face, did it?
Yes.
As a trained narcotics detective, what does that indicate to you if pepper spray has no effect on a person?
Someone could be under influence.
Under influence of what?
Of drugs.
But it sure had an effect on every cop within arm's length, didn't it?
Yes.
You're not talking about this in trial. You got half freaked out, didn't you? You knew what it just hit you in the face did. You lost your composure. You started to panic, right?
Yes.
And I'm not saying that's a shame. And you take a minute and a half break from the action, didn't you?
Yes.
You take off your body and you had to try to get your breath back, right?
Yes.
What's Justin and Terry doing while you're over there getting your breath back?
He's still on Mr. Nichols.
Right. They got sprayed too, and they're still engaged with Nichols trying to get his hand lines back, right? Because they caught you in the immediate pain. They stayed in the fight, is that right?
Yes.
And that pissed you off. Those two guys stayed in the fight. You were kind of mad at yourself that you didn't. And you came over and you were going to stop that business, weren't you? You were going to stop Nichols from resisting, right? We're going to kill him, but you're going to stop him from resisting, is that right?
Right.
Now, in a moment, my 63-year-old self is going down on the screen. Okay? But before I do that, I want you to think something. When you came over to Nichols, you saw that he had all his legs up underneath his body, and he had his right arm extended, bracing himself, coming up off the ground when you came back over, isn't that right?
Yes.
And that's why you had to try to get that arm out from under him to get him back to the ground. That's why you whacked him as trained on his arm. Isn't that fair to say?
You said that I hit him at the time because I was angry that I sprayed myself.
I know. Remember, we worked through that. When somebody asked you, yeah, you were angry, but if he would have just said, hey, I'm done, you wouldn't just continue to beat him at the time, you would have stopped as well. So I understand that you were angry, but you were still doing your job. Is that right?
Yes.
Because if Tyree Nichols gets up off that ground and he's not been searched, and 90% of your fleeing suspects are armed, it's about to get bad for the cops there on the scene. Yes. Because you have a weapon, pocket, waistband, knife, box cutter, whatever. If up off that ground, there's going to be trouble, right?
Yes.
Now, you touch me. Guess what? Because your answer might not be on the ground. You saw that right arm bracing up, and that's pretty big. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, Justin had his left hand up. He had his hand up on Tyree's left wrist. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And you remember doing this in federal court. Would you mind coming down on permission? He's going to come. That's what he's from a very old time, breaking micro bones. With that left handcuff, or the handcuff, on the left wrist, for a chain to have to keep. Yeah, no, so just put it on agree on it. Now, so the goal is, when you have first hand handcuff, you've got to keep that hand controlled to get behind the back, don't you? Why is that? And I snatch this out of your hands. Okay, now that's good enough. Oh, wait, one more thing. If I don't comply and do what you tell me to do, one of the things you can do is you can pitch down this race and even higher pitch.
Well, I don't purposely do that.
I appreciate it. And then, if it still won't comply, you can do an iron wrist lock pitch. Show us that. And you just keep going until what? Right. Now, if someone does not comply, in other words, with that very painful maneuver, thank you for doing that. If someone does not comply with that very painful maneuver, what does that also indicate to?
They're resistant.
Okay, we know they're resistant. That's where you're at. What does that indicate to you if that level of pain does not make them surrender?
Under the doors.
And so Justin had the left handcuff on Tyree, right?
Yes.
And you see the videos. You may or may not recall it from the night because of your eyes. Okay.
I think I was handcuffed on the videos.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You may not recall it from the night because your eyes were shut down. Right? So, but from the videos you see Justin Smith doing exactly what you just demonstrated. He had the left arm handcuffed and was attempting to twist it and prone him back out. You've seen that on video, haven't you?
Yes.
It wasn't working, was it?
No.
And he had his right arm down the ground, getting up.
Yes.
And you were timing.
Correct.
And yet, even though you're timing, he still got up on both feet, both legs. Is that right?
Yes.
How dangerous is it at that point? We've already been at range of loss, where he fought 3 times. Now we're up off the ground after being tackling, twisting his arm, he's still up off the ground. How dangerous is that for you as a police officer?
It's dangerous.
It really doesn't get any more dangerous than the gun is produced, is it?
Yes.
And that's when Emmett Martin did what he did. Right?
Right.
And you and I spent a good time earlier. It upsets you to watch that video. Right? And I would suggest it upsets him. Okay?
Right.
But you said that as it relates to the kick, when Martin comes up, boom, boom, to his head, you didn't see those, right? Because of OC spray, right?
Yes, I wasn't there. The officer.
Well, we'll watch on video, okay, but the first two kids, when he comes running up, just right after you did the third spray.
Yeah.
Okay, you see, there's a lot of pepper spray in your hair, right? You agree with me, Justice Smith has been over 90 degrees angle trying to get handcuffs on, right?
Yes.
You have no idea. You have no idea if Justin saw anything. In fact, you had that Justin didn't see anything. You're blind as bat.
That literally calls for second issue.
Let me see if I can rephrase it. You described him as blind as bat at night with no glasses and pepper spray, right? Justin Smith's glasses were knocked off initially in the fight. You know that because y'all spent 5 minutes with your glasses, right? You don't remember it?
Could have.
But one thing we do know is you did not have your hands on Tyree Nichols trying to get handcuffed, and you didn't see him Martin hitting him in the head, did you?
No.
And you didn't see him Martin punching what you believed to be the first time you were a funk. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, you didn't know there were 5 punches until FBI showed you the video over and over and over again to see the 5 punches. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And that was because of the OC spray, the panic, the fear. Why you didn't see it, right?
Correct.
You remember that asking you, did Nichols punch or produce a weapon? You remember asking that question on the record examination? Did he produce a weapon? You don't remember, we'll move on. Oh, wait, do you need to wait until somebody produces a weapon to do something?
No.
Remember him asking you a hypothetical, which I didn't object to. But somebody said, hey, whoa, we got this, we got this. And that, remember him saying, well, why didn't you just say to NMR, oh, we got this, we got this? Remember him asking those questions?
Yeah.
One thing I know, and I'm asking you if you agree with me, is nobody out there had anything under control. Nobody, no officer had a situation under control, did it?
Sure.
So it'd be pretty stupid to say we got this, right?
Right.
In fact, you didn't even see Haley arrive on the scene, did you? I think you testified that you didn't even see Haley roll up, did you?
Not until I watched the video.
Right, no, we're right. Well, on the scene, you didn't even see Haley roll up, right?
No.
Again, because of the pepper spray, right?
Right.
So when I go through my list, you were not able to see the first 2 kicks of him and Mark to the head. You did not see what you believe to be the first punch that you heard bump. You didn't see all the punches, and you did not see the last hits that you see on video later. You didn't see that, right?
Correct.
Again, that wasn't because you're sticking your head in the sand or trying to look away. It's because of what?
The OC my eyes.
You know, I've asked you this in federal court, so I'm asking again. Found a packet on your manhood. Were you prior to getting Nichols in handcuffs? Were you afraid? Were you fearful? What was about to happen? What could happen was about to happen?
Once I saw him,
Maybe I fully worded the question. Before we came to this somewhat air-ish program, when you were out there that night, dealing with Tyree Nichols, before he got handcuffed, before that last handcuff went on, were you experiencing fear?
Yes.
Exhaustion?
Yes.
Were you completely perplexed by why this one guy is whipping you on his tail?
Yes.
That's pretty good description, that down whipping you on his tail.
Yes.
You've taken people into custody alone with guys bigger than me without much problem, right?
Right.
So much so that in your 6 years of cop, this is the first time you ever had to take your baton out of a chief. That's how bad it got. Isn't that right?
Yes, first time.
Now, I would say, I think I'm right, that the internal affairs or ISP interview of the officers occurred on January 11th, one day after this time. Does that date sound right?
Yes.
On about that day, you received a phone call from Justin Smith, did you not?
Yes.
And I'll kind of walk through it. We've already gone through one time, okay? But Justin Smith called you up and said, hey man, Haley Martin just told me they kicked the shit out of Tyree Nichols. That's what he told me to well.
Yes.
And then Justin said, that's fucked up. He told you that, didn't he?
Yes.
And he went on to say, man, this shit is personal. Talking about being a cop.
Yes.
Right? And you responded to him, well, that explains why they took all our boots. Right?
Yes.
And you said to him, man, if they did that, that's on them. Right?
Right.
So, do I have the conversation down accurately?
Yes.
And then Justin said, hey man, that's effed up. He said, again, so I'm calling Lou. Y'all call it Lieutenant Lou. Is that right?
I think I did. He probably did.
Oh, some people refer to Lieutenant Lou. He said he was calling Lieutenant Wayne Smith out. That way he heard from Haley Martin. Did he tell you that?
I don't remember.
But he could have.
He could have.
And in fact, the MPD policy on not only duty to intervene, but also reporting says that if you receive information, just be honest or not, but if you receive information regarding excessive force, you're to report. That's what the policy says, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so someone ringing you up saying, hey, Haley Martin just said this to me. Was your duty at that point? Probably Lieutenant saying, Justin just called me and said, Haley Martin saying they kicked you. Was that your duty? I'm just asking.
It depends because
internal affairs, they're all supervised over. So if they told supervisors they're taking care of it now.
No, I understand. I'm not saying go run into internal affairs. I'm saying you have a duty to report it, which would be to your supervisor, your lieutenant.
But what I'm saying is those are supervisors. They're sergeants. They're higher ranking than we are. So
what, an ID or?
Yeah, ID.
Yeah.
So,
The ID is an independent arm investigator. Did you hear that? Your lieutenant is your boss. He won't write your reviews, right?
they can tell me to do this.
But you didn't call anybody.
No,
Did you feel like you had a duty to call anybody and say what Justin told you?
no, because internal affairs are not.
How do you know that? How did the internal affairs already know about it?
That's what he did. When they came out, when Swift called me, said they came out and said that they were kicking. Those statements went to internal affairs.
May I just give you an option? What if Kevin Martin hadn't told internal affairs, they would say just tell Justin on the sidewalk? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You listen to just that tape, and I'm trying to do some of this say hours listening to tapes, okay? That night you heard transmissions on the radio, a call for assistance. You responded to that call for assistance.
Yeah.
Then you heard other officers saying they were responding, right? You heard all that, right?
Yeah.
And I would suggest to you, if you agree, Justin's call number is 2931. Sound right? I'll tell you yours is 2930. Yours is higher than him. Yours is better. Okay? But you recall Justin Smith, because you know his voice, he's got a squeaky voice, doesn't it? It's like Kevin Martin.
Yeah, country plan.
Yeah, the squeaky guy, you're on all these videos, that's him. Then, bro, give me your hands, give me a little squeaky. That's Justin. And Justin came up on the radio. He wasn't even on the scene yet. He came up on the radio and told the police department dispatcher to go ahead and roll NFD chemical had been used. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then Dwayne Smith, who's 2901, he comes up on the radio and asks dispatch if they have K9 available. You remember that call?
I heard that today.
K9 is like right next to shooting somebody. As relates to force continued in it.
I think it's number 6.
You get the list in front of you? I'm doing it.
Yes, right there. Number 6.
Yeah, what is it?
Impact weapon, less lethal weapons, MPDK.
Okay. And then you got it.
And then deadly force.
But dogs are pretty high up on the list, right?
Yes.
So your lieutenant, he's not on the scene, he's seen the K9 weapons, right?
Yes.
Did I hear you say on direct examination with Tyree that Tyree was the most difficult arrest you'd ever tried to make in your how many years did you do? Did I say it? I don't misquote you. I said way over there, and I thought I heard you say that the arrest of Tyree Nichols was the most difficult one you had.
I don't know something.
Okay, will you tell me now? Was the Tyree Nichols arrest the most difficult one you had in 6 years of time?
It's the only arrest that I got criminal charges for.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about now. You know, they accuse lawyers of tricking people, okay? From a strength, from a pain tolerance level. One guy weighs 180 pounds, okay? From a pain tolerance and strength level, have you ever faced a more difficult arrest in your career than you? I'll take it as a no. Keep thinking that.
I'm saying that's the most pain tolerance arrest.
Okay. With your notice, I'm trying to get through now. On the ask baton, which I have one with you, but it's a steel pole. It looks like if somebody's old enough to remember TV and kind of it expands out. So it's a steel pole. Right?
Steel, but it's not TV.
Might have covered steel, right?
Metal something.
When you extend it, it extends out full length like that long, right?
Yes.
And when you strike the human body, behind the leg, behind the knee, on the forearm, when you strike that, have you ever struck a while?
No.
And when you're going to train, the guys have to dress up like a big Michelin man, big pattern things.
Like a punching bags.
Yeah. Okay, so it's like a big pattern punching bag in jail, right?
Yes.
So if you crack somebody with a baton one time, you expect that to bring them to the knees crying?
Yes.
You get it 3 times. You saw no difference in it, did you?
No.
In fact, you kind of too hard on yourself and said you were angry. And I think that's what Mr. Perry's getting at. When you saw it didn't work in 3 times, you stopped. Right?
Yes.
If you were out of control angry, you just didn't beat. But when you saw 3 strikes did not bring us down to control, you stopped. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Because 1 strike should have brought you under control, 3 darn well should have, right?
Yes.
I'm going to read off the list of activities. I'm going to call them activities, actions of Tyree Nichols when you came up on Justin and Darius trying to get handcuffs. Was Tyree attempting to pull away? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was he attempting to push away? No restraining distance between himself and Justin.
No.
Was he clenching his arms and body?
Yes.
If I clench my arm like this, y'all know it, perfect. If I clench my arm like this, how many men, let's just roll it out. How many cops are going to take when I clench my arms?
It all depends on
What's your best estimate?
more than one, more than two.
You're a big man, you play football.
Yeah.
I clench my arm like this, I'm 63 years old. Are you going to get my hands behind my back?
By myself.
By yourself, no. So Tyree was clenching his arms, flailing his legs around, and he was blading. You know what blading is, don't you?
No, it's like
Blading is when, instead of laying flat on your back or flat on your tummy, you're on your hip.
okay.
Blading. You were trying back in the NBA, weren't you? Blading.
I can't call it.
But if they're not on their belly or they're not on their back, they're dangerous, aren't they? Yeah. Because they got a free hand and free waistband. Is that right?
Right.
And by having a free hand and free waistband, he'd be one of those 90% of the way, right? Was he attempting to run away from Justin and from Jerry? When he got on his feet, was he attempting to run away?
Could have, possibly.
If Justin had let go of him, he would have. Well, sorry, I call it but he couldn't let go of that handcuff, could he?
Right.
Even if Tyree Nichols wanted to run away, Justin could not let go of that handcuff because if he did what? It's a weapon, right?
Yes.
Was Tyree refusing to comply with all commands?
Yes.
We already talked about pepper spray being ineffective. We already talked about the contract being ineffective. And you told me and you told the FBI one time that Tyree Nichols had gotten that one arm free from Justin with that handcuff. Your exact words were, it was going to be real bad. You know what I'm telling me? It could be real bad.
I've never said, but
It's coming back.
on the rest of that.
Bad. Just need to get your voice up.
So it can be bad if the person has one handcuff on the wrist, because they can use that one handcuff and attack the officers, which has happened in the past.
Connor Schilling, you others, right?
I don't know the names, but
And then off of that, pedestrian, civilian, whatever, right? Whatever you got.
if they want to.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I'm actually trying to say this and still do a good job in my mind, okay? So instead of playing the video, I'm just going to ask you some things about what I saw in the video. And you tell me if you can recall, okay? Now, you and me were riding together, Dean's in the passenger seat, and you're going down Ross Road, and as you're going down Ross Road, you see someone nonchalantly walking in your front yard with someone on Ross Road, right?
Yes.
He's wiping his face with a multicolored jacket of some sort, which matches the description put out of the way, is that right?
Yes.
You then, very calmly, performed a U-turn, and came back toward you, is that right?
Yes.
And you and me are talking, saying that's him, right?
Correct.
And so he jumped out of the car and chased him.
Yes.
And you followed behind him, right?
Yes.
Hey, did you happen to hear Justin Smith ask one of the EMT paramedics, hey, you got one of those face things put on, did you happen to hear Justin say that?
I heard him say, bag.
Bag.
I think it was bag.
And when you were first asked the question, I heard your answer, it had something to do with face ID for about the years, something. But now that you thought that's your answer, I was asking you, was Justin asking the paramedics if they had oxygen put on Tyree?
I believe so. He said oxygen come up.
Yeah. Oh. I'll tell you. You tell me this, if you agree with it or not, whatever. Paramedics got there on video, okay? Somewhere around 9 minute mark, the 9 minute 30 seconds. I'm just gonna call it 9:30. Didn't go get his oxygen until over 15 minutes later at 25:02 mark. And he said, I'm gonna get back. You recall that? That sound like you?
Yes.
So, and you heard me say how dragging somebody takes a car and ask you about it. That's called a recovery position, isn't it? When somebody's in a pepper spray or in a fight, you put them in a medically supine position, but it's a recovery position, so they're up and they can get breath. Isn't that what Justin did when he drove Tyree over and set him up against the car?
Yeah.
If I Justin said, let's get some air, get up on his back. You hear him say that? That was Justin saying that, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Dean went over there and helped Justin drag him up next to the car, is that right?
Yes.
And then, for whatever reason, Tyree Nichols kept flopping around while the EMT was standing right there. Tyree kept flopping around, like his head on the ground. He doing his legs like this, and Justin came back over again and said, hey, man, let's put it back up against the car. He put it up against the car the second time, didn't he?
Yes, up to that.
Yeah. And he impeached his saying they're doing nothing, right?
Yes.
Domestic with defense counsel for a moment.
No.
Mr. Nichols was, I guess the word we're gonna use.
Redirect that quick.
How many times did you tell the paramedics he got hit in the head?
No.
And how many times did you hear Justice Smith tell his paramedics he got hit in the
Yes,
head?
Your Honor, this is his witness. He did not use legal questions. I'm objecting to the leading, just redirect.
And I have an objection. He may or may not have seen it. When he asked the question, Mr. Mills answered it, and then was about to qualify that answer, and he moved to the second question. Witness needs to be allowed to explain.
For the leading questions. This is the correct witness, and just make sure you're lying.
This is a yes or no question. How many times did you hear Justice Smith tell medical personnel he got hit in the head?
I didn't hear.
How many times did you hear Tyree speak?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He's leading. When he, number one, when he's doing this, that's suggesting the answer. Number two, he's suggesting the answer by yes or no questions to the premise. Because he can say, what did you hear him suggest to paramedics? He wants to ask them wide open. He can do that. He cannot do that on redirect, Your Honor. That's totally.
As far as the hand gesture, I don't believe that the hand gesture.
Are they gonna eject the last 20 minutes out?
As far as being a leading question, he's not suggesting an answer, he's asking an amount. So the court's not going to, but we're going to overlead it.
Now, I'm not touching the question on the table is, how many times did, let's just use Justice, how many times Justice did LUG, he's hit the head? My objection is, some rules of evidence assumes facts not in evidence, and that is, there's been no testimony in evidence that Justice Smith ever saw any strikes in the head. So therefore, it assumes facts not in evidence.
This is probably relevant. I think we can approach it and address the arguments.
Well, they're approaching the bench. Oh, they got tested at the end today, too. We may not have much more today. They may just end it off that. I do know day 3, which we'll get to tonight, the state rested their case, and then the defense started calling witnesses. I don't know what they got to today. We won't get into that until tomorrow morning. Because we got 14 minutes left of redirect from the prosecution.
You were asked about Tyree whipping y'all's tables, all right? How many times did you see Tyree push somebody to the ground?
No.
How many times did you see Tyree punch somebody?
None.
All right, well, how many times did you see Tyree kick somebody?
None.
How many times did you see Tyree get on top of somebody?
None.
And that's why Mr. Perry showed a picture from a training and policy manual of the police department, is that right?
Yes.
Had to do with the baton strike?
Yes.
And was it a picture showing like where Irish was doing?
Yes.
How many pictures and NBA manuals have you seen? Where two people have somebody on the ground and an officer cyber kick them in the head?
None.
How many NBA manuals have you seen where officers on the other side?
None.
How many NBA policy manuals have you seen where there's a picture of an officer watching excessive force happening, just not doing anything?
None.
Is it the right thing to do to try to intervene?
Yes.
Since you share values with Justice Smith, is that right?
Yes.
Did you violate those shared values that night?
By not intervening.
Did the officers out there violate those values that night and not intervene?
Yes.
Is it fair to say there were things that you saw and there were things that you cannot see?
Yes.
And this wasn't true either. This was your passion of this country.
Yes.
There was a time that you walked away pepper spray, you couldn't see what was going on.
Correct.
There were times that you were further away from Mr. Nichols than other people, is that correct?
Yeah.
When Mr. Martin kicked Mr. Nichols in the head, where were Justin Smith and Tyree standing?
Right there with Mr. Nichols.
Right there.
Yes.
When Mr. Martin kicked Tyree Nichols a second time in the head, where were Justin Smith and Tyree standing?
In the same place. Mr. Nichols.
Right there. When Emmett Martin was throwing the haymakers, where was Justin Smith and Tyree standing?
With Mr. Nichols. Right there.
You testified that that night, again, the theme was you saw some things you did not see Haley use force on Mr. Nichols, is that correct?
Correct.
After you saw the videos, did you see Mr. Haley use force on Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
And when did that occur? I'm not asking for time, I'm asking for a description of when it occurred.
The kick at the end.
The kick?
Kick at the end.
Yeah.
At the end.
At the end. And would that be after Mr. Haley arrived on the scene?
Yes.
When he runs from his car to the scene?
Yes.
And after Mr. Haley kicks him that time, do you see another use of force on somebody else?
Yes.
Who's that?
Martin.
Did you or any of the officers intervene in any of those uses of force?
No, I didn't see no kicks. So I watched me.
You couldn't intervene in Mr. Haley's or Mr. Martin's life, is that correct?
Correct. I couldn't.
That's all my questions, Judge.
EMTs were on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you all called EMT, one of you called EMTs to say on emergency personnel, right?
Yes.
Did anybody from emergency personnel ask you a question about the difficulty of your case? Did any EMTs try to do their job and you stood in front of them and blocked Mr. Nichols' view or anything like that, or view of Mr. Nichols from any of the EMTs?
No.
Did you in any way try to wipe any sort of blood or try to straighten out the clothes of Mr. Nichols while he's sitting there? The EMTs are standing feet in front of him, just 2 or 3 feet in front of him.
No.
You were asked questions about whether or not somebody said how many times he was struck in the face. Did EMTs ask you how many times was he struck?
No.
Did EMTs ask you any questions whatsoever about Mr. Nichols' condition?
Don't recall.
And based off of the video that you've seen earlier, as it related to the medical directives that were going on out there, it only seems that one person had any sort of input at all with EMT people, right?
Yeah.
And according to your ISD, that was the only member of your team trained in any sort of medical stuff, correct?
Correct.
And who was that?
Smith.
And Smith is the only person out there that, other than being helping Smith, right? Smith says, let's get up in a recovery position, correct?
Correct.
And being helped to get into the recovery position, right?
Right.
But neither of them at any point were asked questions from the EMTs about how he looks like he looks.
I can't recall.
Okay? When you were asked this question a few moments ago, and I just want to be clear about not talking about how many blows, etc. Was there anything on that scene in that particular night that you can recall that was meant to in any way throw the EMTs off from doing their job?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Mills, in the original record, you said that Mr. Haley never told fire department personnel about strikes to the head of Tyree Nichols that night, correct?
Correct.
Now, Martin's his cyber kick and second kick to the head, you didn't see until you saw video. You didn't see there at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You couldn't intervene in those because you didn't see them, correct?
Correct.
Haley wasn't present, was he?
No.
So he couldn't have talked to anybody about those blows to Tyree Nichols' head that night, could he?
No, he couldn't.
Now, Martin punched Tyree Nichols in the head that night several times, correct?
Correct.
You saw some of those punches, correct?
Correct.
And heard what you believe were others, correct?
Correct.
And all of them occurred before Demetrius Haley arrived at Castlegate and Bear Creek, correct?
Correct.
So he couldn't have told any EMTs or paramedics or fire department medical personnel about something he wasn't present for, could he?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
That pepper spray is very powerful. You're all bewildered, tired, exhausted. Justin, Darius was engaged with Nichols the entire time, just like you didn't see. Punch, all punch. And she watched the video. Well, are you kids? Is it possible Justin didn't see you that?
Possible.
You didn't, right?
Correct.
You were, video I saw, you were standing right up looking at him on it. You stand right up looking at it. You didn't see some of the punches.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
You need to cover this witness. All right, so those are all the questions we have for you.
All right, that is the end of day 2. I'll be back tonight, 9 o'clock with day 3. We're going to try to do all of day 3. So when I wake up in the morning, we could do day 4 and be caught up, because tomorrow will be day 5. Hopefully when I go live tomorrow evening, we will be on day 5. To the next episode, we out.